Chapter 15. The Fur Workers. At the end of September 1926, no more than 125,000 wage earners, less than 1% of the total in the United States, worked a 5-day week. A Bureau of Labor Statistics study late in 1926 researched union workplaces in 66 cities and found that only about 40,000 unionists out of a total of over 764,000 surveyed worked a 5-day, 40-hour week. A little over 10% of these did so only on a seasonal basis. Even in the most highly organized trades, like the building crafts and newspaper printing, no more than 6% of union members worked the 40-hour week. 1. To raise the demand for a 5-day, 40-hour week in 1926 was considered visionary, and to win such a demand was truly miraculous. Yet the left-wing New York Joint Board of the T.U.E.L Fur Workers Union, led by Ben Gold, a 27-year-old militant and an open communist since 1919, won just such a major victory in 1926, achieving the 5-day, 40-hour week in one of the most militant strikes in American labor history. This is not as surprising as it sounds, since there has rarely been an American trade union quite like the one built by the fur workers. Rarely has a union faced so many obstacles, overcome so many and such powerful enemies, and won so much for its members. Small in numbers as unions go, and in an industry far from basic, the Fur Workers Union was one of the most important labor organizations in the era of the Trade Union Educational League. Its history is a living refutation of the slander that communists and left-wingers were the enemies of American labor. In 1913, after a militant and victorious strike in New York a year earlier, the Furriers Union was organized into an international out of several small locals. The new union affiliated with the AFL. It had local unions in all the fur centers in North America, but was based in New York City. By 1919, the union had about 10,000 members, about 7,000 of whom were in New York. Although communist agitation was not limited to the Furriers Union, communists scored the most complete and enduring victory in this union. Robert D. Lather, The Fur Workers Union, Industrial and Labor Relations. Review 3, October 1949, 169. 28 feet 7. Thus making the manager of the New York Joint Board the most important officer in the union. Rise of the left wing. From its very beginning, the Furriers Union was plagued with gangsterism. The owners of the fur shops hired gangsters to keep out the union, and the union either hired others to resist or developed its own talent. The first manager of the New York Joint Board, Isidore Cohen, even defended the use of strong-arm methods by the union against its own members when he wrote in the Jewish Daily Forward that one must use the whip against the workers. In 1917, Cohen was replaced by a reform administration, but the techniques he had developed were later revived by his successor, Morris Kaufman, who, like Cohen, was a member of the Socialist Party. In 1919, the progressives, men and women fur workers who had been active in the fight against the policies of the Cohen administration, joined with some of the young furriers to create an anti-administration left wing. The Furriers Agitation Committee. In the elections held in July 1919, the left wing elected Ben Gold and Aaron Gross, both members of the left wing of the Jewish Socialist Federation, to the New York Joint Board. 2. Ben Gold, born in Bessarabia, then part of Tsarist Russia, came to the United States in 1910. He was 13 years old when he took his first job in a fur shop. He joined the Furriers Union in May 1912 and was active in the 1912 strike. While working in the fur shop of Kaufman and Oberlander during the day, Gold was rounding out his education by attending the Manhattan Preparatory School at night. He was determined to study law, but this ambition was never realized. During the early years of the Furriers Union, Gold participated in many rank-and-file actions to halt the corruption and bureaucracy in the union. In 1916, he joined the Socialist Party and, despite his youth, became the leader of the left-wing and progressive forces in the union. He was doing quite well personally, earning $100 a week as a fur cutter. However, he was enraged by the gangsterism and bureaucracy in the union and was moved by the struggle of the small group of progressives to restore the control of the union to the workers. Together with other progressives, Gold dedicated himself to breaking the power of the right-wing machine. With his election to the Joint Board, the rank-and-file opposition movement began to crystallize. The battle for democratic unionism now got underway in earnest. 3. At every meeting of the Joint Board, Gold lashed out at the gangster system and methods. He demanded that the rank-and-file be organized to carry on the work of the union. Gold would introduce a motion and Gross would second it. Battling Kaufman every inch of the way, Gold and Gross soon made their influence felt, even though all their proposals were voted down by Kaufman's majority. Despite these setbacks, Gold kept pointing out that the conditions of the fur workers were miserable, that the speed-up system was intense, the wages low, the hours long, and that the periods of employment were short, followed by long periods of unemployment. Within weeks, the administration moved to impeach Gold. However, a special meeting called for this purpose was turned into an anti-administration rally by Gold's impassioned speech attacking the use of gangsters to rule over the workers, condemning the denial of the most elementary rights to the membership and charging that the fur workers were being systematically underpaid and overworked. A special committee investigated his charges and, finding them groundless, suggested that the left wing apologize in the Union newspaper. Then, turning its attention to another target, the administration tried to force the removal of the left-wing business agent of Local 74 in Newark, New Jersey, because he had protested against the exclusion of black members from a union dance. When the local refused, its charter was revoked. 4. The 1920 strike. Early in April 1920, the post-war depression hit the fur industry, and by April 25, more than half of the fur workers in New York City were out of work. Taking advantage of the depression, the fur employers tried to impose cuts and layoffs. The union retaliated with a general strike, which dragged on for 30 weeks. 5 Both the employers and the union employed gangsters. Rather than rely on the rank-and-file workers, the Union Picketing Committee hired professional pickets at $20 to $25 a day. The gangsters on both sides, sometimes the same men, used the strike as an excuse to extort money from employers and union alike, without regard to who had hired them. 6. In this bleak and sordid picture, there were a few bright spots. In the district covered by Casino Hall, stretching from 25th Street down to East Broadway and over to Brooklyn, and including some shops on 38th Street, the workers themselves conducted the strike, did the picketing, and stopped the scabs from working. Casino Hall was the strike hall under Ben Gold's leadership, and as soon as Gold was appointed chairman by the General Strike Committee, he set up a rank-and-file picketing committee. The gangsters were afraid to enter the district, let alone Casino Hall itself. A reporter for the Kaufman-controlled fur worker described the scene there. In the Casino Hall circles here and there, they would see the workers all absorbed in listening to some one of our active committees talking to them in a spirit of comradeship. For instance, the hall chairman, B. Gold, with his keen logic and irrefutable arguments, explaining to the workers the situation in the trade, and compelling the weakest man of the circle to pay full attention to his remarks. At another circle, we would find his right-hand man, Gross, or Shapiro, or Roscoe, or any of those who were working under his guidance and inspiration, or his secretary, Maurice Cohen, paying minute attention to the various details of the clerical work necessary in the conduct of the strike, keeping records of each and every man in the hall, knowing his whereabouts, his faithfulness to the strike, and everything to be known of every man and woman registered therein. They would find them all deeply engrossed in their work, the atmosphere leavened with activity, every striker, man or woman, fully appreciating the seriousness of the situation and ready to do his or her utmost to assist in whatever work is necessary to carry on this great struggle. 7. The majority of the shops and strikers, however, were in halls under the control of men who leaned on gangsters in the operation of the union and the conduct of the strike. In an effort to save the strike and rekindle the enthusiasm of the workers for the struggle, Gold appealed to Kaufman to get rid of the professional hoodlums on the union payroll. The picketing committee, he told Kaufman, must be organized and composed of the best devoted and loyal class-conscious men that are able to fight for the interests of the union, not to protect the scabs. No strike can be won when you kill the morale and spirit of the workers. You engage the workers in their own fight and they will do it. The progressives assured Kaufman that they could guarantee to furnish a picketing committee of more than 100 workers who would work without pay. Gold was willing to accept the post of chairman of such a committee, provided that he was not required to handle any money, and provided further that Kaufman got rid of the gangsters. However, Kaufman and his henchmen rejected the plan. In the first week of strike, when it was clear that Kaufman would do nothing to improve the conduct of the strike, a committee of progressives visited Socialist Congressman Meyer London and urged him to use his influence to save the situation. London informed them that, in his opinion, Kaufman would rather lose the strike than allow anyone else to intervene. He did, however, contact Dr. Judah L. Magnus, the impartial chairman of the conference committee made up of representatives of the union and the employers. Arguing before the representatives of the employers that if they did not settle the strike, they would ruin another season, Magnus urged them, as practical businessmen, to settle the strike. It is in the interest of the workers, he appealed, but much more in your interest because you've got much more to lose. 8. When the strike was finally settled in its 30th week, the old agreement was extended. At a meeting in Manhattan Lyceum on December 18, attended by a total of 324 fur workers, the terms of the settlement were ratified. The union's treasury was exhausted. A large part of the close to $900,000 spent by the union had ended up in the hands of gangsters. The union was heavily in debt. Its prestige was shattered. Its membership was only a shell of what it had been before the strike, with 650 members left out of the 10,000 it had at the beginning of the strike. The 1919 agreement, on which the settlement was based, was a dead letter. Those fur workers who were fortunate enough to find jobs were forced to work 50 hours a week, to accept wage cuts ranging from 25 to 50%, and to work unlimited overtime at the regular hourly rate. In all of the shops, union control was a thing of the past, and in most of them, the open shop was in effect. 9. At this point the entire membership, or what was left of it, joined the anti-administration forces in demanding the resignation of all the officers. Under overwhelming pressure, Kaufman resigned as manager of the Joint Board but retained the presidency of the International Union and converted it into a paid office by ad-zero-pating the additional titles of general organizer and editor of the union newspaper, The Fur Worker. Through his control of the small out-of-town locals, many of which were only paper organizations created to provide convention delegates, and by maintaining the unequal weighting of convention representation, which gave the out-of-town locals control over the union's general executive board, Kaufman was able to dominate the international and use it as a weapon against the New York members. 10. The 1922 IFWU Convention. On June 5, 1922, the Fifth Biennial Convention opened in Philadelphia. In his report to the delegates, Kaufman spoke of the importance of achieving unity and harmony in New York. He called for an end to internal strife and factional fights, and pledged to cooperate with all groups prepared to achieve this goal. The progressive delegates from New York, led by Gold, Samuel Lebo, Witz, Joseph Winogradsky and Max Seroff, were prepared to make important contributions toward achieving unity and harmony. They soon discovered, however, that Kaufman's emphasis on the need for unity was simply for the record. Making ruthless use of his machine, he saw to it that not one of the progressives was appointed to the all-important credentials committee or to any of the other important committees. Over the opposition of the progressive delegates, Kaufman's machine adopted red-baiting resolutions that the progressive delegates labeled as open provocation to bar unity from entering the ranks of the union. Kaufman also jammed through a resolution granting a charter to the retail fur workers over the opposition of the Joint Board. At Kaufman's initiative, Max Pine of the United Hebrew Trades approached the progressive delegates and told them that Kaufman was ready to cooperate with them. However, Pine said, they would have to denounce the publications of the Workers' Communist Party and agree to actively oppose the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, which had undertaken a project to assist the Soviet workers in reconstructing their war-devastated industries. The progressives responded with their own conditions for unity: elimination of the strong-arm men from the union, organization of the unorganized fur workers, and genuine union democracy, including the election of the international president by a referendum vote of the entire membership. These proposals were quickly dismissed by Kaufman. 11. Kaufman's re-election was a foregone conclusion. Control of the out-of-town delegates gave him the votes by a margin of 37 to 8. The same control gave him a general executive board composed entirely of his henchmen. 12. T.U.E.L Furriers Section. The conflict between the right and left wings often reduced union meetings in New York to bloody brawls. In the course of their struggle against the Kaufman regime and for militant, honest, and democratic trade unionism, the progressive forces in the Furriers Union joined with others who were combating similar tendencies in the needle trades. On November 22, 1922, 40 rank-and-file delegates from shops of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, International Ladies Garment Workers Union, the Journeyman Tailors, and the Furriers Union met in New York City and formed the needle trades section of the T.U.E.L. 10 days later, the Furriers section of the T.U.E.L was born. 13. It was in the Freiheit, the Communist Party's Yiddish daily newspaper, that the Furriers section of the T.U.E.L issued its first call. Published on January 11, 1923 and written by Gold, it read in part: Brothers and sisters, we know from experience that when control of the union is put into the hands of a small group of individuals, no matter how fine their intentions, the union cannot remain the instrument which successfully protects the workers from the abuses of the bosses. And needless to say, the intentions of the present leaders of the Furriers Union are not the best. The Furriers section of the Trade Union Educational League desires to draw the workers into union activity in order to assure that no clique shall be able to retain control of the union and deal with it as they see fit in their own interest. The League strives to guarantee that the leadership of the union shall come from the rank and file. The League believes that the shop chairman system should become the established system for running the union. 4. Within 2 years, the furriers section of the T.U.E.L had grown into a mass movement, speaking for the vast majority of the fur workers in the battle for progressive, militant trade unionism. When contract negotiations opened at the end of 1923, the left wing launched a campaign to compel the leadership to inform the members of the union's demands. The administration agreed to present the union's proposals to membership meetings of the various locals. At the first of these meetings, held at Local 15, the finishers, the leaders of the left wing, tried to question Kaufman and challenge the proposals. A fight broke out, and Kaufman ordered his strong-arm squad to drive the protesters out of the hall, using chairs and knives. The sluggers then tried to have Gold arrested, but when the police saw the extent of Gold's injuries and heard his side of the story, they arrested the leaders of the strong-arm squad instead. After the fight, Gold needed 11 stitches to close a wound in his head. In court, the police were reversed by the district attorney, and Gold was jailed. Mass protests led to the dropping of the charges, but not before the Jewish Daily Forward had accused the left wing of beating up Gold themselves in order to create a martyr. 15. In January 1924, Gold and 5 other left-wing leaders, including Fanny Warshawski and Esther Polansky, were brought up on charges of having instigated the fight. Although the Union Constitution provided that charges against members were to be heard by their locals, the administration ordered them tried instead by the Grievance Committee of the Joint Board. When the accused workers refused to accept this procedure, they were tried in absentia and suspended for 2 years. During this period, they were to be deprived of the right to either run for office or participate in local meetings. 16. The International Convention in May 1924 did little except ratify the administration's actions. All charges made by the left wing were tabled and the appeals of the suspended members rejected. The convention then went on to declare the T.U.E.L a dual union and climaxed the proceedings with a series of constitutional amendments designed to ensure that the opposition would never again be able to argue that the administration was violating the Constitution by suspending or expelling them. The JEB was empowered to suspend or expel any member who attempts or takes part in a protest meeting or unauthorized meeting against the union, or anyone who will slander or libel the union or the officialdom. The Joint Board was empowered to try members who had charges brought against them, thereby granting ex post facto ratification to the proceedings against Gold and his 5 co-defendants. L7 by hastily amending the Constitution after the left-wingers had been suspended. The right-wing machine confirmed the left-wing charge that the Joint Board had acted unconstitutionally in suspending the 6 left-wingers for their refusal to appear before its grievance committee to answer charges against them. The convention continued the existing JEB in office. Kaufman closed the convention by accepting his re-election as president, as an endorsement of my policies as president of the International Union. 18. On May 25, 1,000 fur workers met in New York's Webster Hall in response to a call by the furriers section of the T.U.E.L. Gold described how the right-wing machine at the convention had cut off discussion on the real problems facing the fur workers, how constitutional amendments were jammed through without any discussion, and how the convention had ignored unemployment and other pressing issues in the trade. Resolutions adopted by acclamation at the meeting registered the fur workers' protest against the despotic laws and regulations created at the convention, against the neglect of their tasks and duties to the workers by the union officials, particularly at this critical time, against the dictatorship which our officers have set up in our union, against the fact that certain individuals use the union for their own personal ends. Inside of 1 year, Gold declared in closing the meeting, this international will collapse and the left wing will take over. 19. In the elections held in the fall of 1924 for delegates to the Joint Board, the left wing backed a group of progressive candidates who won a majority on the incoming board. When it met in November, it reinstated Gold's membership rights in the union and appointed a committee to investigate corruption among the Joint Board officers. This investigation finally exposed the corruption that was rampant in the administration. A picture gradually emerged of the union's failure to enforce agreements with employers, of the use of union funds to hire thugs against militant workers, and of outright thievery. 20. Stuart Chase, the noted economist and then the certified public accountant for the Labor Board, was engaged to examine the books and records of the Joint Board. After only a brief investigation, Chase reported many discrepancies in the union's finances. Large donations and appropriations are being made without proper record in the minutes of the Joint Board. There has been a very serious increase in expenses during the past 3 years without a corresponding increase in income. There is a strange Difference in the balance between stamps and dues amounting to over 26,000 stamps. One of the items in Chase's report aroused particular indignation. It showed that money contributed by the fur workers to assist strikers of other unions had never reached those strikers. A special assessment had raised a fund to help the 1919 steel strike, but nothing was paid to the steel workers. $7,000 had been collected to aid the 1922 miners' strike, but only $2,000 had gone to the miners. Thus, Chase concluded, the Joint Board seems to have a habit of collecting special assessments for beneficiaries from which the beneficiaries receive no benefit. 21. On April 15, 1925, the manager of the Joint Board testified and admitted stealing from the union. He also implicated the secretary-treasurer and then resigned. The Joint Board thereupon appointed a committee of 5 to manage the union until the next election. 22. Triumph of the United Front. In the ensuing election of officers of the Joint Board, the United Front, of progressives, and left-wingers, ran a slate of candidates on a program drawn up by the left wing. The program was based on a 5-point pledge. 1. To do everything possible to do away with the terroristic methods which have ruled the Union in the hands of the former administration. 2. To establish a completely democratic system of elections and action of officers, assuring the complete right of the members to differences of opinion and complete freedom to express their opinions, as well as complete responsibility for organizational activities on the part of the administration to the membership. 3. To remove from power every person found guilty of breaking of union principles, in order to do away with corruption in the union. 4. The recognition of the right of every member to belong to whichever political party he chooses. 5. To mobilize every capable union member to assure and improve the economic conditions of the fur workers. The officers were divided between the two groups, with the progressives getting 5 of the 8 positions of business agent, the assistant managership, the post of secretary-treasurer, and 7 of the other 10 positions. Gold was to become the new manager, and the left wing was to get 6 other offices, of which 2 would be occupied by women, Fanny Warshawski and Esther Polanski as business agents for Local 15.23. On May 23, 1925, the election took place under the supervision of representatives of the American Civil Liberties Union. It was the first honest and orderly election held in the Joint Board in many years. 4,000 workers poured out to vote, and the United Front won every one of the Joint Board offices. 24. The coalition installed Gold, then known as a leader of the T.U.E.L, as manager of the Joint Board, which held jurisdiction over most of the nation's organized fur workers. The board authorized its new manager to take action against corruption in the locals. Gold proceeded to seize the books of the locals and to suspend their executive boards, pending the July elections. Examination of the locals' books led to charges against the members of several of the executive boards. In an attempt to put a stop to the cleanup process, the ousted officials again brought in gangsters, but the strong-arm squads were rendered completely impotent. Every day promptly at 12 noon, hundreds of fur workers came to the union office to protect their organization from the gangsters. At night after work, they would be back again, prepared to fight off any attack. The executive boards remained dissolved. At local meetings, each attended by over 1,500 workers, Gold's action was approved. 2 weeks later, several gangsters showed up in Gold's office. Pulling a gun from his pocket, the leader of the gang demanded back pay, due them from the union. He insisted that the union owed them thousands of dollars for past services rendered. Gold coldly informed the gangsters that he had not hired them, and that if they wanted payment, they should go to the men who had used their services. The gangsters threatened to shoot if the money was not turned over immediately. While this drama was unfolding in the union office, a signal had been flashed to the market and shops. Hundreds of workers dropped their tools and rushed to the union office. They seized the gangsters, disarmed them, and drove them toward the stairway. On the stairs, scores of other workers gave the gangsters a taste of their wrath. Their clothes torn to shreds, their faces and bodies mauled and bleeding, the gangsters finally staggered out of the building and collapsed in the street. Even though they were defeated, the strong-arm men still tried to make a deal with Gold. If they were paid off, they said, they would remain neutral. Nothing doing, was the reply. If they were put back on the payroll, they would help the left wing against the right wing. Again, nothing doing. Gold had only one answer to all these propositions. Get out and stay out, and if you don't, the workers will make you regret it. And the workers' guard outside the union office, day in and day out, made the furriers. Union off-limits for any strong-arm squads. 25. Organization of Greek fur workers. With the gangsters out of the picture, the New York Joint Board launched an intensive effort to organize the entire fur market. The rank and file workers became the mainstay of the organizational drive. About 300 volunteers, half of them women, served without pay on the organization committee, which watched the shops day and night and on Saturday, Sundays, and holidays to guard against unauthorized overtime. They stopped over 200 shops from working overtime, and another 200 were halted until they agreed to sign up with the union. 26. Most of the unorganized fur workers were brought into the organization. This included the Greek workers who, up to then, had been outside the union. During the 1920 strike, a large part of the scab work was done in the Greek shops. Following that disastrous strike, many Greek shops did finishing contracting for the big manufacturers. Time and again during the Kaufman administration, resolutions were passed urging the JEB to organize the Greek workers. The resolutions were filed and forgotten. The United Front administration set up a special committee to organize the Greek workers. By August, 500 Greek furriers were attending meetings. The Joint Board reduced the initiation fee to 1/3 of the regular amount. Greek workers began to fill out membership cards and assist in the organizing campaign. On Tuesday, October 27, 1925, a call was issued for a general strike in the Greek shops. The demands of the union were for a 44-hour week, pay for 10 legal holidays, time and a half for overtime, a minimum scale of wages, and all other union conditions prevailing in the industry. The next morning, 1,500 Greek fur workers were on the picket line, and they stayed there for 10 days. The strike ended in complete victory. On November 4, the union signed closed shop agreements with the majority of the Greek manufacturers. The workers won all their demands, including substantial wage increases. The agreements were timed to expire on January 31, 1926, together with the contract of the Associated Fur Manufacturers, the major manufacturers association. Negotiations with the Greek manufacturers would then be conducted simultaneously with those with the Associated Fur Manufacturers. 27. The organization of the Greek shops placed the union in a stronger position for the impending battle with the employers. As Women's Wear Daily observed, in the trade it is declared that the successful culmination of the union's drive on the Greek shops will make its position much stronger when it meets the employers across the conference table in December to work out a new agreement. During the strike of 1920, by far the greater part of the production that helped break the strike came from the Greek shops. Should there be a strike because of the failure to reach an agreement to replace the one expiring by limitation on December 31, the union will be in a much stronger position with the Greek workers organized than it has been in strikes heretofore. 8. Elections for local executive boards and for the Joint Board resulted in a clean sweep for the United Front, giving it complete control over the New York organization. The local executive boards and the Joint Board were rid of the corrupt elements who had previously dominated the union. Their places were taken by men like Jack Schneider, Sam Resnick, LSI Dor Shapiro, and others, mainly members of the T.U.E.L, who had distinguished themselves in the struggle for clean, honest, and progressive unionism. 29. The 1925 IFWU Convention. At the 7th Biennial Convention of the LNT National Fur Workers, the machine controlled 34 votes, chiefly from small, out-of-town locals. The opposition numbered 41 delegates from the New York Joint Board, with its 12,000 workers. Among them were 26 left-wingers under the leadership of Ben Gold, and 15 progressives, led by Hyman Sorkin. The 41 New York delegates came with specific instructions adopted at local meetings just 2 weeks prior to the convention. They were instructed to present a solid front against the machine on all issues. They were to fight for a militant program to help solve the problems in the fur trade and to ally the fur workers with the most progressive sections of the labor movement. 30. The first real battle arose over the machine's attempt to bar Gold and Samuel Mencher from the convention. The majority report of the Credentials Committee, appointed by Kaufman, recommended that Gold be excluded from the convention because he had been expelled and because charges were being brought against the Joint Board. The machine then attempted to postpone the debate on seating Gold until after the case against the Joint Board had been presented to the JEB. However, the majority of delegates were determined to seat Gold before taking up any charges against the Joint Board. The battle raged throughout the morning and afternoon sessions and late into the evening of Tuesday, November 10. It ended with the passage of a motion to seat Gold. 31. This was merely the opening skirmish. The next 3 days were taken up with the battle over the report of the JEB on the controversy between the International and the Joint Board. The report bitterly attacked the left-wing militants and the T.U.E.L, accusing them of being Moscow agents. It charged the left wing with sabotaging the 1920 strike, with arousing passion and discontent, with slander and undermining the organization, and with provoking fistfights at meetings, all at the dictates of the Workers' Communist Party. As soon as the reading of the report was finished, one of Kaufman's supporters moved that it be referred to the Committee on Offices Reports. No time was allowed for discussion of the report until the committee reported its findings. The next morning, the Committee on Offices Reports submitted its report. As was to be expected, Kaufman's hand-picked majority on the committee recommended finding the New York Joint Board guilty. A minority report presented by Jack Schneider of the left wing moved to reject the report and to condemn the international officers. 32. At this point, Kaufman was riding high, but the situation changed when Gold took the floor. For 2 hours, he defended the Joint Board against the accusations set forth in the report. Step by step, he covered the history of the Union since 1919, relating the story of assaults upon members, the corruption and graft, the maintenance of a spy system, the protection of favored shops, the overwhelming fear, and the alliance with the underworld to wipe out opposition in the Union at whatever cost. Gold pointed out that even in 1919, when there were no communists in the Union and certainly no crystallized left wing, there was already strong opposition to the leaders, because of their dictatorial tactics and the strong-arm methods against those who had other opinions. In fact, he declared, Kaufman had been forced to resign as manager of the Joint Board before the 1920 strike. After disposing of the charge that the opposition elements had sabotaged the 1920 strike, Gold turned to the formation and activities of the T.U.E.L. Without the T.U.E.L, he insisted, the Union would have been ruined today. The T.U.E.L left-wingers, he said, are a factor in the labor movement, standing for the interests of the rank and file in the building up of a powerful union to fight the bosses. He then described how the fur workers had learned to fight the alliance of the Kaufman machine, the manufacturers, and the underworld, and had finally swept the united front of left-wingers and progressives into office. Within a few weeks, the manufacturers knew that the Union was no longer broken down and decayed, and the gangsters knew that their hold over the Union had been smashed. The membership backed the new administration in the Joint Board in the elections and continued to do so. In closing, Gold appealed. If you think this Joint Board is guilty because we got rid of the graft system, if you think we are guilty because we enforced union conditions, if you think we are guilty of organizing the unorganized, if you think we are guilty because we have a union that has never been organized before, if you think we are guilty because we delivered the union to the members with free speech, with free determination of policies, if you think we are guilty of this crime, if this is a crime, you can convict us. 33. After Gold had finished speaking, Kaufman hurriedly recessed the session. In the afternoon session, Kaufman waited until all others had spoken on the report before he himself addressed the delegates. Then, as he closed the debate on the report, he announced dramatically that he held in his hand a telegram which contained orders from the Central Executive Committee of the Workers' Communist Party to William Weinstone, organizer for the T.U.E.L and daily worker correspondent at the convention. The telegram, said to be signed by Charles E. Ruthenberg, the General Secretary of the Workers' Party, was supposed to contain instructions to the left-wing delegates as to how the various offices in the T.U.E.L should be distributed at the elections. Significantly, it dealt mainly with the necessity of breaking the power of Hyman Sorkin and his progressive followers. Here was proof, Kaufman cried, that an invisible power was seeking to control the Union. 34. Ruthenberg immediately denied the authenticity of the telegram and publicly declared that its use shows up the machine as the unscrupulous clique resorting to every device to maintain power. However, the machine's strategy paid off. Out-of-town delegates, who had been wavering in their support of the machine, were brought back into line by the hysteria created by the alleged telegram. Most important, the forged message from the Workers' Party gave Sorkin and his followers an excuse to break the United Front. 35. To hasten the split in the United Front, the right-wingers withdrew the committee's report and submitted a compromise which justified the International and forgave the Joint Board. In return, the International was to be recognized as supreme. Refusing to allow any further debate, Kaufman rushed the matter to a vote. A group of the progressives voted with Kaufman, and the resulting vote was 37 to 28 in favor of the compromise. 11. Progressives abstained. 36. The following day, the last of the convention, the left wing sought a reversal of the vote for the compromise. Gold introduced a resolution declaring that the New York Joint Board had cleaned out corruption and had fought against the reign of terror that had been built up by the machine. The resolution instructed the incoming JEB to work in closest harmony with the New York Joint Board for the purpose of maintaining a strong and unified international. After failing to prevent a vote on Gold's resolution, Kaufman introduced a new compromise resolution which declared that the disputes between the New York Joint Board and the International were liquidated and that the incoming JEB shall not revive them or take any action upon matters that occurred between the two bodies prior to the convention. However, the left wing refused to yield, and Kaufman finally had to agree that both resolutions, Gold's and his, be handed to a committee of 5, which should begin immediately to work out a new resolution acceptable to both sides. This committee brought in a unanimous declaration that the Joint Board had fought against the violation of democratic principles and membership suspensions, but that under the chaotic conditions created in the organization by the internal struggle, the Joint Board had not lived up to all constitutional interpretations. Nevertheless, under these special circumstances, the actions of the Joint Board against the International were justified. The resolution pledged support to the Joint Board and declared that the dispute between the Board and the International was liquidated. It urged the incoming JEB not to revive it or take any action upon matters that had occurred between the two bodies prior to the convention. Thus, the entire report condemning the Joint Board was thrown out. 37. Elimination of Kaufman. In the election of officers, Kaufman was finally forced out of the leadership, and Oizer Schachmann, a more moderate right-winger, was elected in his place, with the left-wingers and progressives joining together in his support. In the election of first vice president, however, the United Front split. Elsidor Winnick was named by the progressives to oppose Gold, and when the right-wing delegates joined the progressives, Winnick was elected, 41-29. In the end, the JEB was composed of 4 members of the Sorkin group, 2 members of the Kaufman machine, 2 who wavered between Sorkin and Kaufman, and 2 left-wingers, Aaron Gross and Harry Englander. 2 other board members, from St. Paul and Montreal, were layered to fall to the machine, which controlled the elections in those locals. 38. In spite of the split in the United Front and the betrayals by the progressives, under Sorkin's leadership, the convention marked an important advance for the fur workers. The Kaufman leadership was ended and his policies repudiated. The effort of the right-wing machine to destroy the Joint Board had failed, and the strength of the left wing had made itself felt. To be sure, the machine still controlled the JEB, but, as Gold declared, only for a short time has the machine saved itself from complete annihilation. It is not as in the days gone by. The force of the organized membership has shown how it may combat its enemy. Furriers know no halfway battles. The fight against Kaufmanism will be brought to its completion. 39. As we shall see in the next volume, this was an accurate prediction. Chapter 16. The Men's Clothing and Millinery Workers. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America was born in 1914 in a militant struggle against both the employers in the men's clothing industry and the bureaucratic leaders of the United Garment Workers of America, AFL. Its formation resulted from the exclusion of the delegates of the socialist-led locals from the 1914 convention of the United Garment Workers. They were excluded because they represented a newly organized majority of the union's membership, and the UGWA officers feared that they would lose their coveted and financially well-rewarded positions as leaders of the union. The excluded majority held its own convention in the name of the UGWA, but were denied recognition by the American Federation of Labor later that year, and had to change its name. As late as 1920, the Amalgamated was still being denied recognition by the AFL, by which time it had enrolled about 175,000 skilled and unskilled operators in the men's clothing industry, mostly in cities including Chicago, New York, Philadelphia and Rochester. This was an amazing achievement in a highly competitive industry that was still dominated by small shops, in which 60 to 70% of the workers were unskilled women. 1. Actually, although the leaders of the union were socialists, they were not involved in the Socialist Party. Sidney Hillman, president of the ACWA and leader of its Chicago locals, was organizationally independent, while Joseph Schlossberg, the union's secretary-treasurer and leader of its New York locals as well as editor of its English-language weekly, Advance, was an ex-member of the Socialist Labor Party. In 1921, a spokesman for Chicago's clothing manufacturers made the shrewd comment, while for the events leading to the formation of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 5, 256-64, Philip S. Foner, Women in the American Labor Movement I. New York, 197,912,284,310. 1 inch. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers did not affiliate with the AFL until 1933. 302. Amalgamated leaders hold socialist beliefs. In practice they save their socialism for the evening meeting. 2. Moreover, even at the evening meeting, Hillman and the other amalgamated leaders emphasized that they stood foursquare for increased productivity on the part of the workers, and that on this issue, we have no quarrel with the industry. 3. Yet in contrast to the bitter hostility of AFL leaders toward the Soviet Union, not only were Hillman, Schlossberg, and most of the other ACWA officers staunch supporters of the Bolshevik Revolution, but when the Soviet Union faced a famine after the Russian Civil War, Hillman headed a massive drive for famine relief, which was backed by all the Amalgamated's resources. Addressing the 1922 convention, Hillman conveyed the thanks of the Russian people to the Union for its contribution of $200,000 to the relief effort. He then, as we shall see in our next chapter, proposed that the convention authorize the General Executive Board to set up $1 million corporation to promote industrial reconstruction in Russia. The convention enthusiastically approved the proposal, and the Russian-American Industrial Corporation, to help finance Russian clothing factories by workers' investments in the United States, was established in the following months. When William Z. Foster founded the T.U.E.L, he was supported by the Amalgamated leaders. In 1920, the Union helped organize a nationwide speaking tour for Foster, and when Foster came under attack in December of that year, Schlossberg wrote an editorial in advance defending him. In the summer of 1921, Foster and the RILU sent the Amalgamated congratulations on its defeat of an employers' lockout, from the throne room of the Tsar, and Schlossberg all but wept with appreciation in his report of this to the readers of Advance. 5. In August 1921, the Amalgamated began its big push for Russian relief, and Hillman toured the country to organize it. Over the next few months, Advance ran a number of articles by William Z. Foster on Russian conditions and on Russian unions as part of this campaign. When anarchist Emma Goldman condemned the Bolsheviks in 1922, she was denounced in the editorial pages of Advance for attacking the Russian Revolution. 6. There was some left-wing opposition to the ACWA administration in this period. A tailors' committee of the Amalgamated was organized early in 1921, but it was supported only by a communist splinter group known as the United Toilers Party. 7 inches when Lenin died, Sidney Hillman was in the Soviet Union on behalf of the corporation, and he wired his wife, Bessie Abramowitz Hillman. The Russian-American Industrial Corp. Is deeply grieved over the death of the greatest workers' statesman of all times. Copy of telegram in ACWA correspondence files. Progressive reputation of AMAGAMATED clothing workers. For several years, the left wing in the Amalgamated refrained from criticizing the Union leadership. For one thing, the Union was viewed in left-wing circles as not only one of the strongest in the country but also perhaps the most progressive. Writing in The Liberator, the organ of the newly formed Communist Party, Michael Gold, soon to become a leading communist writer, declared ecstatically, "I went to the 4th Biennial Convention of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers held in Boston at the end of May, 1920, and I loved every moment of it. It was a Soviet of the sweatshops, of practical and serious delegates discussing the problems of an industry nearly their own." 8. The last reference was to the widespread view at the time that the Amalgamated, dominated by socialist influence, offered a vision of true industrial democracy in which workers would divide the profits of capital and exercise control over the work process as well. 9. The T.U.E.L did organize branches in the Amalgamated, but they were in general support, albeit at times critical, of the administration. 10. During this period, the chief opposition to the Amalgamated leadership came from women members who objected to the small number of women in the leadership of a union whose membership was 60 to 70% female. In Chicago's Local 39, a group of women led by Sarah Rosner ran for delegate to the 1920 Amalgamated Convention on this very issue, but they were all defeated. The women were infuriated. As Rosner recalled, "Up to that time I was mainly class conscious, but when I saw that the leaders, were so ruthless, so indifferent to the biggest part of the organization, the women, I thought, how can we stand by and ignore it?" As a result, Local 275, the women's local in Chicago, was formed. Through their own local, the women were able to occupy a place of leadership, for within the structure of the ACWA, every local had a representative on the joint board and every local nominated a business agent. Not only did the Amalgamated leadership grant Local 275 its charter, but by the middle of the decade, there were women's locals in several cities. In October 1924, moreover, a women's bureau was launched within the ACWA, with Dorothy Jacobs Belanca in charge. 11. Unfortunately, the Women's Bureau was short-lived, and the Amalgamated leadership reversed its attitude with respect to meeting the special needs of women members. At about the same time, the relationship between the left wing and the Amalgamated leadership also underwent a change. While the T.U.E.L supported the Hillman administration, not without critical evaluation of some of its policies, the right-wing socialists were launching an attack on the administration. The Jewish socialists gathered around the Forward had long been unhappy with the independence of the Amalgamated, not to mention the Union's contribution of $3,000 towards the founding of the Freiheit, as a rival to the Forward. 12. But as Steve Fraser points out, it was Bolshevism, which transformed a polite, if edgy relationship into open antagonism. By 1922 the Forward Group had assumed a posture of militant anti-communism and found Hillman's attitude, of political friendship with the Soviet Union, detestable. As Fraser puts it, from 1920 through mid-1924 the SP was against the Amalgamated leadership because it considered it too independent, too heterodox, and above all, too insensitive to the dangers of Bolshevism. 13. The right-wing socialists launched a campaign in the Forward in the spring of 1923. In June, they called upon the pressers of Local 3 to stop paying dues and, in July, they led a struggle against the amalgamation of the tailors, Locals 2 and 5. The secretary of Local 2 was beaten up by the right-wingers in a drive to terrorize the local and disrupt its meetings. At the same time, the left wing actively fought in defense of the amalgamated leadership. The alliance between the ACWA administration and the left-wing T.U.E.Lers was largely based on joint support of the Soviet Union, industrial unionism, amalgamation, and the formation of an independent labor party. But in the area of industrial relations they had serious differences, and a strike in the summer of 1924 brought these out, at the same time that the amalgamated and the Workers' Party split over political action. Hillman and his supporters believed that the only way the union could secure itself in the chaotic clothing industry was to promote order and organization in the industry, and to encourage the development of larger manufacturers. They felt that the union had to take the lead in this because the employers were too weak and fragmented to do so themselves. As part of the strategy of the 1924 strike, which ended victoriously for the amalgamated, the union refused to deal with individual employers and forced them to form an employers' association. They did this because they had found that such agreements were easier to enforce. The left wing vehemently disagreed with this policy. Its position was that the weaker the employers were relative to the union, the more the workers could win from them in wages, hours, and working conditions. For the union to foster an employers' association was seen as class treason, and any form of cooperation with employers was class collaboration. 15. Nevertheless, the alliance was still strong when the amalgamated held its 6th biennial convention in May 1924. Robert Minor, a leading Workers' Party spokesperson and an editor of the Daily Worker, addressed the convention as follows. When anyone receives an invitation from your union to be a guest at one of its biennial conventions, one cannot but feel a tremendous thrill of joy and pride. There is something about the spirit of the amalgamated union which is associated in the minds of workers throughout the world as connected with the great ultimate destiny of the labor movement. There are many things the amalgamated does that are associated irrevocably with its name, showing its broad spirit and militant way in which it acts. Recall to mind the 44-hour week. Recall to mind the fact that the 44-hour week is a beginning, not an ending. There is better coming. Some of us are very much touched by the singular act that the amalgamated union manages to have a 100% celebration of that great International Labor Day, May Day, every year. The mere fact that the amalgamated is able to get away with that, making May Day a holiday, typifies the spirit of the amalgamated. In another thing we have to pay our homage to the amalgamated. The amalgamated committed itself to independent political action, the great issue of the present time. It is hardly necessary to say that the singular activity and initiative of the amalgamated in stepping to the fore and going to the rescue of the first workers' republic on earth, Soviet Russia, is an act which is forever on the roll of honor of the world's labor movement. 6. Minor's speech outlined the basis of the alliance. Later it was used by the Union administration, when a split in the amalgamated appeared, as evidence that the left wing must be insincere in its subsequent criticism of them when it had so recently been praising them so highly. 17. Minor had emphasized, too, that among other reasons for which we have to pay homage to the amalgamated, was the fact that the amalgamated committed itself to independent political action, the great issue of the present time. But during the summer of 1924, the left wing and the amalgamated leadership split on this very issue. On the eve of the Conference on Progressive Political Action, held in Cleveland on July 4, 1924, the T.U.E.L members of the amalgamated publicly asked the union leaders if they planned to be silent spectators at the proceedings or to speak out in behalf of a real party of the exploited farmers and workers. 18. The answer came quickly. The conference refused to seat the Workers' Party delegation, and the amalgamated's delegation, which had already been seated, did not protest. The left wing denounced this great betrayal and supported William Z. Foster, the Workers' Party candidate for president, while the amalgamated campaigned for Robert M. Laff. When anyone receives an invitation from your union to be a Day holiday. The Amalgamated committed itself to independent political action, the great issue of the present time. It is hardly necessary to say that the singular activity and initiative of the Amalgamated in stepping to the fore and going to the rescue of the first workers' republic on earth, Soviet Russia, is an act which is forever on the roll of honor of the world's labor movement. 6. Miner's speech outlined the basis of the alliance. Later it was used by the Union administration, when a split in the Amalgamated appeared, as evidence that the left wing must be insincere in its subsequent criticism of them when it had so recently been praising them so highly. 17. Miner had emphasized, too, that among other reasons for which we have to pay homage to the Amalgamated, was the fact that the Amalgamated committed itself to independent political action, the great issue of the present time. But during the summer of 1924, the left wing and the Amalgamated leadership split on this very issue. On the eve of the Conference on Progressive Political Action, held in Cleveland on July 4, 1924, the T.U.E.L members of the Amalgamated publicly asked the Union leaders if they planned to be silent spectators at the proceedings or to speak out in behalf of a real party of the exploited farmers and workers. 18. The answer came quickly. The conference refused to seat the Workers' Party delegation, and the Amalgamated's delegation, which had already been seated, did not protest. The left wing denounced this great betrayal and supported William Z. Foster, the Workers' Party candidate for president, while the Amalgamated campaigned for Robert M. La Follette, the presidential candidate of the Progressive Farmer Labor Party, a campaign that Hillman helped to arrange. 19. Once the La Follette decision was finalized, the T.U.E.L emerged as the leader of the opposition to the Hillman administration, while the SP right abruptly made peace with the Union leaders, sensing the chance for a major assault on the CP. After 1924, as we shall see in our next volume. The Hillman administration conducted a bitter war against the left, calling in their erstwhile opponents from the SP for assistance. 20. The minutes of the National Committee of the T.U.E.L contains the following entry for August 27, 1924. Amalgamated Clothing Workers. Foster presented the report on the ACWA to be forwarded to the RILU. He criticized it as having originally contained no mention whatever of the T.U.E.L. He stated that he had corrected it to include such mention. Moved that the report be approved and sent to Lazovsky with the recommendation that Hillman be extended no special favors upon the basis that he is cooperating with the left wing. Adopted. 1. Battle of the Millinery Workers. In 1924, the United Cloth Hat and Cap Makers International Union was received back into the AFL after a 6-year suspension and was given permission by the Federation to include the millinery workers in its membership. 22. Although its influence in the international JEB was not strong, the left wing in the United Cloth Hat, Cap and Millinery Union was important in many locals, and it had a substantial following. After the merger, the left wing raised the demand for the organization of the unorganized women millinery workers. A leaflet signed by T.U.E.L members of the United Cloth Hat, Cap and Millinery Workers International Union pointed out the need for the campaign. There are 1,400 people in Chicago engaged in the millinery industry. Of that number, the overwhelming majority is composed of women. The women are unorganized while the men have a union. The man milliner's working conditions are protected by his union agreement. His wages are $40 a week and thereabouts, and he is paid time and a half for overtime. This is very important, as during the rush season he often works 12 hours a day and 7 days a week, and there is a large semi-idle season. The work is mostly piece work. For not being organized, the women milliner pays in the following way. Her wages are $25 a week and thereabouts. There is no limit to her working hours a week and no extra pay for overtime. During the rush season, the woman milliner toils from 8 in the morning till 8 at night. Sunday is included in the week's work with only $1 extra. The boss hires and fires women milliners whenever and whomever he pleases. He fixes the prices for the workers to bring him the largest profits without interference from the girls. He is not responsible to anyone. He knows that the only thing a dissatisfied girl can do is to leave the factory. She has no union to protect her. Now that our union has merged with the Hatters, it is time to begin to provide the woman milliner with a union to protect her. The International did nothing in response to this appeal, but locals with large left-wing memberships did launch organizing drives to unionize women millinery workers. Results in Chicago. Boston, and a few other cities were significant, but the outstanding success was in New York, where Millinery Hand Workers Union Local 43, composed entirely of women millinery workers, was organized. The members elected a left-wing leadership, with Gladys Schechter, an 18-year-old worker, as president. Schechter, a member of the T.U.E.L, earned the reputation as the Joan of Arc of the Millinery Workers Union, 24. Established with 400 members in November 1924, Local 43 had grown tenfold by November 1926. It was made up mostly of young women under 25 years of age. It had become the second largest local in the International, and it claimed the largest local of women workers in the United States. With 4 young women as business agents and organizers, the union had established control in many shops, where working hours had been reduced from 50 to 44, wages increased, and general working conditions improved. The local prided itself on the fact that it had established an educational institution consisting of lectures, courses, and shop educational conferences dealing with the specific problems of women workers in the industry and the problems of the working class generally. 25. But all this had been accomplished under left-wing leadership by members of the T.U.E.L. The right-wing international leadership was anything but pleased by this development, and it did not relish the organization of women millinery workers outside of New York under left-wing leadership. International President Max Zaritsky and Samuel Hershkowitz, the right-wing manager of the New York Capmakers Local, determined to follow the pattern set by the right wing in the other needle trades unions by eliminating the left wing. Controlling the General Executive Board through paper locals outside New York, created precisely for the purpose of giving such control to the right wing, they began their campaign at the 1927 International Convention. 26. The Jeb report to that convention denounced the T.U.E.L members in the organization and declared that although we have practiced tolerance toward them and even employed them as organizers, we would recommend that the convention should express its condemnation in the strongest possible terms of those elements in our ranks who interfere with and obstruct the constructive work that the general organization is engaged. On February 16, 1929, labor referred to Local 105 of the National Federation of Federal Employees, with over 1,500 members in the Bureau of Engraving and Printing in Washington, D.C., as the largest single organization of women workers in the United States and the largest local affiliated with the National Federation of Federal Employees. It had been first organized in 1909 and chartered by the AFL as Federal Labor Union No. 12,775. It affiliated with the National Federation of Federal Employees in 1918. The left-wing delegates fought back, led by the delegation representing the Millinery Hand Workers Union, Local 43. Gladys Schechter declared, "We contend that the developments in our union during the past 2 years since our last convention are in complete contradiction to the analysis and conclusion drawn by the General Executive Board's official report with reference to the activities of the left wing in our union. Not only have these elements not been a hindrance to the work in our organization, but on the contrary, they are the very ones who are responsible for and are to be credited with the gains made by our union during the past 2 years. The best example of this is Local 43, which, under a progressive administration, has carried through a successful organization campaign, increasing the membership from 400 to 4,000. Similar results have occurred in Boston, Chicago and Los Angeles. In all these locals, it was the left wing that constituted the backbone of the organization campaigns and made possible the achievements in which we all take pride. We believe the recommendations of the General Executive Board to express condemnation of the left wing in our organization is in complete contradiction to the policy of tolerance and not conducive towards the preservation of unity in our ranks." Delegate Schechter then concluded, "I am a member of the Trade Union Educational League. You claim the T.U.E.L brings in dissension. As long as there are differences of opinion, there will be dissension. I would not belong to that organization 1/2 hour if I were under the impression that it is there to disrupt our union. 27. Having led the defense of the left wing, Local 43 became the first target of the right wing attack. Following the convention, the JEB established Millinery Local 24 in New York under socialist leadership, then ordered Local 43 to dissolve and its members to join the newly created Local 24. The justification: that Local 43 was created and was functioning as a dual union. When Local 43 rejected the charges unfounded and refused to dissolve, it was subjected to a veritable reign of terror, climaxed by gangster attacks on Local 43 women strikers outside the shops they were picketing. In one instance, Frida Freiklass, a Local 43 organizer, was attacked and severely beaten in her own office. In a plea for public support, Local 43 stated, "Hundreds of women milliners, loyal to the union which they had built, were thrown off their jobs by the bosses at the demand of the international officials. Many of our members were brutally assaulted by the gangsters hired by the right-wing officials. Many members were clubbed by the police and imprisoned upon the instigation of the right wing. Moreover, when our local carries on strikes for the enforcement and protection of the workers' economic conditions, the right-wing officials provide scabs for these firms and grant concessions at the expense of the workers. T.U.E.L. The attack on Local 43 was only the beginning. The charters of the locals of women milliners under left-wing leadership in Boston, Chicago and other cities were revoked. Demoralization swept through the ranks of the union's membership. Nevertheless, the right-wing offensive continued, and by 1928, the situation was summed up as follows. Zaritsky is determined to smash all the militant locals which stand for the maintenance of union conditions. He is trying to eliminate from the union all progressive and militant workers who distinguish themselves in organizing thousands of unorganized workers. Instead of combating the open shop danger, instead of utilizing the unified strength of the union for organizing the thousands of unorganized workers, instead of protecting the interests of the workers, Zaritsky is pursuing a policy of splitting and smashing locals, thus helping the employers to defeat the workers and destroy the union. 29. The process was completed at the 1929 International Convention. Left-wing leaders, including those of Local 43, were expelled, and the Constitution was amended to ban membership in a dual organization and to authorize the suspension of any local that refused to obey the decisions of the JEB. 30. In opposing this action, Delegate Irving Smoliak of St. Paul declared, "Despite the policy of terrorism and intimidation practiced by the official leadership, we will continue to fight within the International for improving the conditions of the workers. But if we are expelled, we will not remain unorganized, but will join the industrial union that represents the interests of all the needle workers." 31. The industrial union was the needle trades. Workers' Industrial Union, whose formation is an independent left-wing union we will examine in the next volume. Chapter 17. U.S. Labor in the Soviet Union, 1922–1928. The Russian-American Industrial Corporation. On June 2, 1922, Advance reported. The Fifth Biennial Convention held last month at Chicago issued a mandate to the officers of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America to form a corporation with a capitalization of $1 million to assist in the economic reconstruction of Soviet Russia. The first steps have already been taken in carrying out this mandate. The officers have filed papers with the state of Delaware for the incorporation of the Russian-American Industrial Association. As soon as the charter is received, the sale of shares will begin. The Amalgamated has only taken the initiative. An appeal will be issued to all American labor to cooperate. The price per share will be fixed at $10 so as to make the shares accessible to all workers. This is the first opportunity for American labor to help Russia build up her economic life. The capitalization will be increased if conditions should warrant it. With capital and facilities permitting, the activities of the corporation may be extended to industries other than clothing. President Sidney Hillman started the ball rolling by bringing back with him from Russia last fall an agreement signed by Lenin for the Soviet government for the concession of 6 clothing factories in Petrograd, and in 1921 there also took place the establishment of a predominantly American industrial colony of some 400 workers in western Siberia in the Soviet Union. The project, Cuzbas, as it came to be known, was the brainchild of the IWW activists, Herman Calvert and William Big Bill Haywood, and a Dutch communist, Sebald J. Rutgers. With the help of American technology, management skills and administrative streamlining, daily coal output per miner in Kemerovo had increased from 1/10 of a ton to 1 ton by 1925. In March 1924 the chemical plant, which had been under construction since before the war, was at last fired up. While providing byproducts for use as dyes, and in medicine, this chemical factory, the first in Siberia, became in time the cornerstone of a burgeoning metallurgical industry. In his book, Project Cuzbas, American Workers in Siberia, 1921-1926, J. P. Moray concludes, Project Cuzbas still stands as an inspiring example of American-Soviet friendship and cooperation despite many obstacles. As such, it deserves to be more widely known, to be cherished and celebrated in our own perilous times. New York, 1983, page .185. 311. 3 in Moscow, all in active operation provisional upon the raising in the United States of a fund of at least $1 million. At the end of advance's announcement was a subscription blank, which was to be cut out and forwarded to the Russian-American Industrial Corporation. The subscription was for capital stock of the corporation at $10 per share. 1. The RAIC grew out of a series of consultations between Hillman and the Bolshevik leadership, including several discussions with Lenin, Trotsky, Roddick, Kamenev, and various trade union officials in the Soviet Union. Hillman had 3 conferences with Lenin, and spent nearly 2 hours with him at the end of September 1921. The Bolshevik leader emphasized to the American trade union leader the critical need of the new economic policy for technical know-how and skilled workers. We are willing, Lenin told Hillman, to pay out to foreign capital hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars in order to get them to develop Russia economically for us. We are willing to pay for technical knowledge, technical skill, and for anything that will help us build up Russia. 3. Hillman was so moved by his meetings with Lenin that in an interview published in Izvestia shortly before his departure for the United States, he indicated that the ACW would not stop with the clothing industry. Our aims are much higher. We will begin with this industry and then grant credits to the other trusts. 4. Some historians argue that the joint agreement between Lenin and Hillman was possible because both agreed on the value of applying the Taylor system of scientific management. The amalgamated leadership had made its peace with Taylorism, as expounded and practiced by the father of scientific management. To be sure, before the revolution, Lenin had bitterly denounced Taylorism as the scientific method of extortion of sweat. But after a detailed study of Taylor's experiments in rationalizing work, Lenin shifted and endorsed Taylorism, which had already been adopted by the amalgamated clothing workers. We must organize in Russia, said Lenin, the study and teaching of the Taylor system and systematically try it out and adapt it to our purposes. In other words, Hillman and Lenin saw eye to eye on Taylorism. 5. Hillman unveiled the plan for the Russian-American Industrial Corporation, RAIC, in a speech at the 1922 Amalgamated Convention. He told the delegates that the Union had concluded an agreement with the Supreme Asterisk. The project appears to have originated with Sidney Hillman. The new economic policy was designed as an interim arrangement, a cooperative capitalism, distinct from private commercial institutions, and at the same time a species of state capitalism under Soviet autonomy from direct state regulation, and provided with credits. E. £17,391, the Bolshevik Council of National Economy of the Soviet Union, the Vesenko, and with the All-Russian Clothing Syndicate to jointly operate and modernize 9 clothing and textile factories in Moscow and Petrograd. In the speech, which was enthusiastically applauded by the delegates, Hillman accused the Allies of attempting to starve Russia into submission to the rule of international financiers, and argued that disaster would result if the masses were prevented from determining for themselves the course of economic reconstruction. Cooperation with the Soviets was not a question of being for Bolshevism or against Bolshevism, but of being for or against slaughter of millions of people. He was convinced that the Russian proletariat, together with the great material wealth of the Soviet Union, made it perhaps the most promising place to invest in all of Europe. Hillman made it clear that the corporation to be formed jointly by the Soviet Union and the ACW would remain in the hands of organized labor. In other words, while we are willing to have participation of others, we want the control to be within organized labor, so that it will not be used as an instrument for exploitation and exploitation only. He asked the convention to subscribe a substantial amount of money for the shares as an investment in the corporation. We want this convention to authorize the issuance of shares at $10 par and leave it open to every worker or non-worker to take as many as he feels he can in order to help Russia and to help himself. He continued, I want the amalgamated experience put into those industries, and the amalgamated energy and enthusiasm, and the energy and enthusiasm of all the people who are willing to contribute to make it possible for those who today are struggling against odds that are almost inhuman, to help themselves. I do hope that this convention unanimously, without considering that there is any room for division, with the kind of an enthusiasm that will not only give hope over there, but give new hope to ourselves, sends forth the message that our organization has still the courage to undertake other enterprises that will be helpful not only to ourselves, but to others. Hillman swept on, aiming his remarks at labor leaders like Samuel Gompers, AFL president, who had hated the Bolshevik Revolution from outset and conspired constantly to overthrow the young Soviet Union. I say, my friends, that if you cannot help Russia, please let her alone. You did not go there and help them overthrow the czars. They had to do it themselves. They had to solve their own problems of reconstruction themselves also. Have we, who are thousands of miles away, a right to denounce 120 million people and stop the American people from saving their lives? Hillman concluded his speech by outlining the concrete plans of the RAIC. He emphasized that the Soviet assurances respecting preferential access to the raw material and government contracts made it a sound business as well as a fraternal undertaking. He revealed that he and Lenin did not discuss the revolution in the United States or even in Russia. We did not discuss any theories. It is much more important to have a proper policy than a great deal of noise, he assured members of the Union's General Executive Board who might be worried about the risk in the investment, that Lloyd's of London felt confident enough about the arrangement with us to ensure the undertaking. 6. After the convention voted general approval of the plan, the RAIC was launched by the ACW in June 1922 with President Sidney Hillman as president. General Secretary Treasurer Joseph Schlossberg as vice president. Assistant General Secretary Treasurer Jacob S. Potovsky as Secretary Treasurer, and Dr. Leo Wallman of Columbia University as Economic Advisor. All of the Union men were staunch supporters of the Russian Revolution. While Hillman was in the Soviet Union in 1922, One of his 3 visits to that country, a ship loaded with food and other materials valued at $200,000 and fully paid for by the members of the Amalgamated, pulled into a Soviet port. Hillman returned from a relief mission in Russia just in time for the 1922 Amalgamated Convention where, in addition to unveiling the RAIC, he conveyed the thanks of the Russian people to the Union for its contribution of $200,000 to the relief effort. 7. Hillman cabled the news of the formation of the RAIC to Lenin and received from A.L. Rykov, who was one of the 3 men in Moscow who were handling Lenin's work during his convalescence in the country, the following cable headed, "Lenin's message to you." It read: Sidney Hillman, Russian-American Industrial Corporation. Your communication in reference to RAIC campaign received. Soviet government satisfaction. Assuring all possible support. Soviet government urges exercise all efforts speedy realization your plans. Rykov, Acting Chairman. Council Labor and Defense 8. In July 1922 the Radical Press, and even some papers of unions affiliated with the AFL, published the following statement by Karl Roddick, one of the leading figures in the Soviet government. The aid which the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America decided to furnish Soviet Russia should serve as an example to the proletarians of other countries. The American clothing workers have pointed the way that is most beneficial to Soviet Russia, and which if followed should contribute considerably to the liberation of the Russian workers from the yoke of foreign capital. Such a step would lighten the work of preserving the social conquests of the revolution and T.U.E.L. Lenin was shot in an assassination attempt by anarchist Ross Kaplan in 1921. Would accelerate the economic development of Soviet Russia, which in its turn would be in a better position to aid European proletariat in its struggle of liberation. Hillman, the president of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, is not a communist. He is an honest American worker who, having arrived in Russia not for the purpose of making revolutions but for the purpose of aiding the Russian workers, made an excellent study of the conditions under which we are living, and then returned to America to organize the relief work. The ACW Union is not a communist organization, it is a union of workers suffering under the dictatorship of capitalism. This union is not part of the fellow A.F.L. headed by Gompers, but in time of need it furnishes more aid to the other unions than some of the biggest labor organizations. This is due to the spirit of solidarity that pervades it. That is why after the ACW had heard Hillman's report they declared, "We helped the famine sufferers by sending them $200,000, but that was only temporary relief, we must aid in a way that will do away with the famine in Russia altogether." The Russian workers will receive this news with great joy not only because $1 million means material relief but also because the spirit in which the American clothing workers have given this money is the spirit of the Russian workers. Once the Amalgamated Convention had voted general approval, Hillman returned to Soviet Russia in the late summer of 1922 to negotiate specific contractual arrangements. The corporation expected to raise $1 million by issuing stock at $10 a share. Arrangements were codified in 3 contracts. A general agreement with the Council of Labor and Defense authorizing the RAIC to do business with other Soviet agencies and under writing the RAIC's contracts with these agencies, an agreement with the Vesenko pledging a minimum annual dividend of 8% and the return of the principal should either party choose to dissolve the venture after an initial 3-year period, a profit-sharing arrangement with the All-Russian Syndicate, which included a provision for the reinvestment of all earnings over 10%. The initial RAIC investment of $200,000 was delivered in early 1923. The first shipment of machinery, mainly small machine parts, arrived earlier, in August 1922, and the first partial dividend of 3% was declared in mid-1923.10. The agreements established a control board comprised of representatives of the RAIC and the Soviet government with voting power proportional to the size of each party's investment in the enterprise. This meant the ratio of voting strength was 7 2 in favor of the Russian clothing syndicate. But because the Soviets were above all interested in securing, the ACW was kept from joining the AFL until 1933 because it had seceded from the reactionary, corrupt United Garment Workers of America. This is a reference to the great amounts the Amalgamated contributed to leading strikes of the period, especially to the Great Steel Strike of 1919 led by William Z. Poster. The technical and administrative experience of the Americans, actual management was quickly turned over, in large measure, to personnel of the ACW. In fact, the ACW even supplied skilled workers and industrial engineers to plants functioning outside the syndicate. 11. The RAIC agreement established 15 branches around the country which channeled capital equipment, managerial expertise, and skilled labor from the RAIC to various clothing and textile plants. Although the original negotiations covered plants in Moscow and Petrograd only, the final arrangements included factories in Kazan, Nizhny, and smaller industrial centers, and gave the corporation the right to import raw materials. The latter concession was opposed by the Soviet Foreign Trade Bureau, which zealously policed the intrusion of foreign capital across the border of international trade. Lenin intervened, however, and the exceptional status of the RAIC was allowed. 12. RAIC plants were valued at between $2.50 and $5 million and were equipped to manufacture suits, coats, shirts, underwear, caps, gloves, overcoats, as well as certain textile products. Hillman was optimistic about the RAIC's commercial prospects, especially given the fact that it would not have to contend with the problem of seasonality that chronically disrupted the American industry. He anticipated an annual turnover of $40 million, and was supported in his judgment by financial advisor Leo Wallman and legal advisors Max B. Lowenthal and Maxwell Brandwin, all of whom had come to work for the ACW on the recommendation of Felix Frankfurter. 13. This period of Soviet development was also featured by the return of U.S. emigres who reported organized, American departments, which used the last word in efficiency methods, in order to create a genuinely American attitude to work. Thus, for example, a group of 36 American tailors joined the Moscow Tailoring Combine, originally established during the Revolution by a returned Baltimore garment worker, Gorgardiev. Pravda noted that they have raised its work to such a level of efficiency that the Combine has become a model establishment. There are now 6 cutters to 150 machines, whereas formerly there were 50 cutters when hand machines were used. After the RAIC was established, the Amalgamated supplied this experimental factory, which included its own cooperative store, with an experienced manager from a unionized plant in Rochester. Another group of 120 U.S. deportees, armed with 200 sewing machines, took over an old clothing factory and established the Third International Clothing Works. In general, hundreds of clothing workers from America who came home to Russia after the revolution brought with them special machines for special types of work, and some of the latest electrical equipment for cutting, pressing and other processes. 15. In addition, skilled cutters from the most advanced factories in Rochester, Chicago, Baltimore, and Philadelphia were sent to Russia to provide technical advice and training. They reported to scientific management experts that in every essential respect the revitalized Soviet clothing factories resembled modern unionized plants in the United States. The machinery was up to date, and workers' representatives participated in the fixing of rates. 16. Garment manufacturer Abraham Cohen also visited the Russian clothing syndicate and observed that most of the critical skilled positions were manned by Americans from companies like Hart Schaffner and Marx, Sonneborn and Company, and Snellenberg and Company, which had pioneered, in collaboration with the ACW, the introduction of scientific management reforms in the men's clothing industry. Cohen noted that piecework and the show day were the rule in all RAIC factories. 17. Writing in advance in February 1922, William Z. Foster, who was then in Moscow, described a general clothing shop, making men's and women's and children's garments. Occupying 5 floors of a big, modern factory building, it employs about 700 workers. The place is managed by Brother Bogarachov, formerly of the Baltimore-based local of the ACW. In the face of great difficulties, he is making it into a model shop, which shall serve as a basis for the reorganization of the Russian clothing industry. In this he is assisted by a number of garment workers who had formerly been in the United States. These showered us with greetings. 13. Interviewing Igor Petrovsky, representative of the RAIC in Moscow and formerly active in the ACW, Jessica Smith wrote from the Soviet Union on January 9, 1924. Petrovsky spoke with enthusiasm of the progress of the clothing factories and the soundness of the All-American Clothing Syndicate as a business proposition. He also told me, the work of the clothing syndicate has already been proved a success by the payment of the first dividend to the American investors. For the second period of operations we will be able to pay even larger dividends than we originally guaranteed. I therefore advise American workers to do everything possible to assist in the distribution of the shares. I will vouch that it is a good investment. Of course, the more capital the American workers put up the farther and the faster we will be able to go in the expansion of the industry so greatly needed to clothe the Russian people. 19. At the end of 1923, a dividend of 3% was paid to all the stockholders of the Russian-American Industrial Corporation who had paid in full their shares. This covered the first half year of the existence of the RAIC. A second dividend of 5% was declared in January 1925. Commenting on the payment of the first dividend, the Communist Party Weekly, The Worker, remarked editorially, It is safe to state that few of those 5,500 believers in Soviet Russia expected or cared for the 3% dividend. They looked on their purchase of stock as a contribution to the strengthening and extending of workers' rule. We are sure that these working-class investors will use their dividends as part of new purchases of shares in the RAIC, so that the first $1 million worth of stock will soon be disposed of, thus materially extending the laudable efforts of the ACW Union in aid of their Russian comrades in the needle trades. One way to help Soviet Russia greet its 7th year is to support the RAIC of the ACW. 2. On November 22, 1922, the New York Tribune reported that William Thompson, one-time law partner of Clarence Darrow and president of the American Cotton Oil Company, had resigned as financial advisor of the RAIC. In the story accompanying the announcement, the Tribune declared that Thompson was of the opinion that the work of the RAIC was more likely to be a charitable than a profit-making one, and that he did not believe that the Soviet government would keep its pledge. The commercial press was jubilant over the report of Thompson's resignation. But the New York Call, a socialist daily, published statements from various labor leaders representing unions who had purchased stock in the RAIC, and who expressed confidence in the entire transaction. Officers of the Joint Board of the Dress, Waist and Embroidery Workers Union, which had voted to purchase $1,000 worth of shares, declared that, regardless of how capitalists might think of the investment, it was 100% sound from the point of view of the working class. 22. Reached by the Daily News Record in London on his return trip from the Soviet Union, Hillman disputed Thompson's reported statement, noting, "The enterprise has the personal interest and attention of Lenin, and the improvement in working conditions indicates the test to America that the plan can be worked out and will be successful." Since his first trip to Moscow, he added, the efficiency of the workers had noticeably increased. One cannot, be conceited, say the same for the managerial end. Their changes are required. The overhead of the factories is too heavy. 23. While in Berlin, Thompson was reached by the RAIC by cable and in answer to an inquiry replied regarding the correctness of the alleged interview in the Tribune that it was too florid and contained some inaccuracies. 24 later Thompson sent a friendly greeting to the RAIC mass meeting in Carnegie Hall, making clear his opposition was strictly a financial and not a political position. "I learned with regret," his message read, "that certain statements of mine have been so misrepresented by a hostile press as to convey the impression of my bitter opposition to the work of reconstruction in Russia undertaken by the Russian-American Industrial Corporation, and I am anxious to let you know that this is not the case, and I am using the occasion of your mass meeting and reception to Mr. Hillman on his return from the Soviet Union to tell you that I still have the same friendly and sympathetic interest in the venture and all of the confidence in your constructive purposes." 25. Hillman then informed the audience that Thompson had advised trying a safer venture in the export trade in aiding the Soviet Union, but that he and others in the RAIC had disagreed. As for the alleged statement by Thompson, quoted by the Tribune, that he did not believe the Soviet government would keep its pledge, a statement which Thompson denied, Hillman commented, "As for the trustworthiness of Russia, Russia is absolutely safe. Russia is honest and has always been honest. She has made no promise which she has not kept. She makes none which she doesn't keep. To those who do not trust Russia, I have nothing to say. I address myself entirely to those who do trust Russia. The Russia you trust is not the same as last year. It is a Russia whose social and economic security have been noticeably improved." 26. As for the future, Hillman declared, "The next few years will tell the story of labor in Russia. If they know how to make revolutions, but not how to manufacture, they are a failure. It is not a question of communist or non-communist. It is a question of whether labor can run industry or whether labor must have a master with a whip and be condemned to wage slavery forever." 27. Advance commented sharply on the Thompson affair, criticizing the former financial advisor to the RAIC for having allowed his resignation to be cabled from Berlin to the anti-Russian and anti-labor press instead of addressing it to the office of the Russian-American Industrial Corporation at New York after his return, or before, if haste was essential. Thompson knows conditions in this country and should have realized what use would be made of his statement by the enemies of Russia and of the labor movement. Advance then observed, "When we organized the Russian-American Industrial Corporation, it was precisely because of Russia's economic helplessness. We undertook to contribute our might to Russia's industrial reconstruction because her millions of men and women need our help. True, $1 million cannot go far. But at least, it makes a beginning a real beginning. With single threads a shirt is produced, says the Russian proverb. Our appeal for American labor's support rests upon Russia's economic sufferings and her dependence upon outside help. And we have implicit faith that the guarantee of her government is, to say the least, as good as that of any capitalist one. Hardly a shareholder in the corporation has invested his money primarily to earn a dividend. All of them did so first of all in order to help Russia. Many made it known that they wanted no profits from Russia. Russia is looking to the workers of the world. They are her natural friends. She has no others. We must help Russia. She is waiting for us. We must not fail her." On November 24, 1922, 2 days after the New York Tribune published the distorted interview with Thompson, Congressman Johnson of Washington, chairman of the House Immigration Committee, attacked the ACW on the floor of the House of Representatives as being responsible for the high cost of clothing in the United States. The union, he charged, recently received from the Soviet government of Russia a concession to manufacture clothing in Moscow, an enterprise for which they sold $5 million worth of stock among their own members. Its weekly paper, Advance, is one of the reddest permitted to circulate in America. How the Russian-American Trading Corporation, through the sale of stock, the $5 million figure was picked out of the air, caused the high cost of clothing. Congressman Johnson did not bother to explain, nor did he attempt to prove his next statement that Native Americans had been driven out of the tailoring business by aliens because the ACW and the Soviet Union had made it possible for thousands of Russians without any experience in tailoring to come to this country, join the union without paying dues and be given jobs enabling them to earn $40 to $60 for a 40-hour week from the start. 29. Advance dismissed Johnson's statement as nonsense and demonstrated that it was the retailers who were responsible for the fact that Americans had to pay $50 for an overcoat. 30. Although the nation and the New Republic joined Advance in characterizing Johnson's charge as nonsense, the enemies of the RAIC endorsed it and gave it wide publicity. 31 These did not include only conservative industrialists and bankers. Samuel Gompers joined in denouncing the RAIC and charged the amalgamated with conspiring with the Soviet government to deprive Native American workers of employment. Gompers' wrath at the venture was sparked by his hatred of the Soviet Union, his paranoid anxiety about the Bolsheviks taking over the American labor movement, and his anger at the determination of the amalgamated to continue as an independent union, and not return to the United Garment. Workers. In the eyes of Gompers and the other leaders of the AFL, the amalgamated was an outlaw union. 31 Joining Gompers in his opposition to the RAIC were those union elements associated with the Jewish Forward, and those circles of right-wing Jewish socialists who had, by this time, become unshakably anti-Soviet. They voiced their opposition to the RAIC and even called for a congressional investigation of the enterprise. 32. Tie-ons in different parts of the United States. Its membership was made up of progressive Jewish workers. 86 branches of the Workmen's Circle met at a conference in New York in the spring of 1923 for the sole purpose of promoting the sale of stock in the RAIC. Opponents of the RAIC in Jewish circles made every effort to prevent the conference but were rebuffed. The conference decided unanimously to inaugurate a campaign for the sale of $100,000 worth of stock among the members of the Workmen's Circle in New York. A large committee was elected to begin the work immediately, and was also empowered to establish contact with branches of the order in other cities, and in general, stimulate the work for the RAIC everywhere. 33. The RAIC lasted only a few years. The RAIC experiment was over by the end of 1925. The RAIC eventually employed more than 15,000 workers in 25 plants in 8 Russian industrial centers, and accounted for 20 to 40% of the capacity of the Soviet clothing industry created during the initial phase of the new economic policy. 34. Several reasons have been advanced for the end of the joint venture between the Soviet Union and the ACW, such as the union's concern over the intensive attacks by conservatives and AFL and socialist leaders on the venture, as well as the break between American communists and the amalgamated leadership after 1924. However, Steve Fraser, who has studied the subject carefully, dismisses these factors and concludes that the RAIC was decidedly not the victim of an otherwise extraneous political struggle, and on the part of the ACW may have had more to do with the depletion of the union's treasury by the protracted international tailoring strike of 1925. 35. During its brief existence, the RAIC was of great assistance to the Soviet Union by acting as its purchasing agent in the United States. This was of immense help in the matter of buying machinery for the clothing shops of the Soviet Union. In addition, the corporation was the means of opening a medium for transmitting millions of dollars from persons in the United States to their relatives and friends in the Soviet Union, who were badly in need of financial assistance. Through contracts concluded between the RAIC and the Industrial Bank of Moscow, a transmission service for American dollars was established by the Amalgamated Trust and Savings Bank of Chicago, and the Amalgamated Bank of New York, the two banks owned by the ACW. These banks were the pioneers in transmitting U.S. dollars to Russia, and by the beginning of 1925, over $9 million had been sent through them to various parts of the Soviet Union. The Amalgamated Bank boasted that As a result of the money transactions, thousands of persons who would almost certainly have starved for their want were enabled to survive the critical period in Russia, and are now back on their feet and self-supporting. 36. As for the clothing industry in the Soviet Union, the Amalgamated declared, the clothing manufactured in the factories established as a result of the money invested in them through the RAIC has no doubt saved thousands of Russian men and women workers from death through freezing. The accomplishments of the RAIC until now, January 1925, speak for themselves, and the members of the Amalgamated have cause for pride that it was this organization that opened the way for this work in behalf of the workers of Soviet Russia. 37. Chapter 18. Black Workers. Commenting on the 1921 AFL Convention. The Messenger, the Black Radical Weekly, edited by A. Philip Randolph and Chandler Owen, observed, the recent convention of the American Federation of Labor held in Denver, Colorado, was colorless except for a fight for the presidency between Gompers and John L. Lewis, President of the United Mine Workers of America. The convention opposed trade with Russia, refused to condemn the unspeakable Ku Klux Klan, ratified Gompers' withdrawal from the Amsterdam Labor International, closed the door in the faces of Negroes and women, re-elected its archaic pilots, then adjourned. The American labor movement still lags. L. We have seen the curt manner in which the 1921 AFL convention dismissed the pleas of women delegates for equality. The same treatment was handed out to black delegates. A key issue for blacks was the written exclusion of black members by Federation affiliates, and the 1921 convention settled this matter decisively against the interests of black labor. The battle began when Jordan W. Chambers, representing the Colored Coach Cleaners Union in St. Louis, aiming specifically at the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen, introduced a decisive resolution requiring all member bodies to take the word white out of their constitutions, and every national or international union having jurisdiction over classes of work in which blacks were employed to admit. The convention also delivered a setback to the efforts of the black delegates to present resolutions condemning the activities of the Ku Klux Klan in the South and urging the federal and state governments to take steps to crush the organization. The New York Call declared that it was the duty of the convention not only to consider the resolutions of the Negro delegates, but to enlarge them to automatically exclude from membership any worker who holds membership in the Ku Klux Klan. It was an opportunity to draw the line on this matter, not alone in the interest of the Negro workers, but as a matter of self-protection for all the organized workers. Hutchison of the Carpenters is reported to have claimed the credit for objecting to any consideration of the resolutions. This shameless conduct will certainly have to be atoned for in the years to come. The membership and its interests have again been sacrificed by the reactionaries. June 18, 1921. 323. Workers regardless of creed, color, or nationality. This requirement was to be complied with before the AFL's next annual convention. Should an affiliate fail to comply, the Executive Council was to revoke its charter. Two other resolutions introduced by black delegates dealt with the same issue. 1, by the Union of Negro Boilermakers from South Carolina, called for elimination of the term white helpers from the regulations defining certain classes of Boilermakers' helpers' work. The other called for a conference at an early date of the Executive Council, the Brotherhood of Railway Clerks, and the colored freight handlers to work out a plan for redressing the grievances of the freight handlers, particularly the refusal of the clerks to admit black workers or to appoint representatives to look after the freight handlers' interests in their dealings with the railroads. Any arrangement emerging from the conference was to be temporary, because it was taken for granted that the clerks at their next convention would accept the AFL's 1920 recommendation to extend full membership to blacks. Only the resolution relating to the Brotherhood of Railway Clerks was approved by the Committee on Organization and later by the convention. On the other two resolutions, the committee would recommend only that the grievances of the black workers be turned over to the Executive Council, which was to call meetings of the railway carmen and the boilermakers with the complaining black workers within 3 months after the convention. Point 2. The black delegates refused to be bought off by this maneuver. Delegate Chambers pointed out that the carmen had done nothing in the year since the AFL convention had told them to drop the term white from their bylaws. To call for another conference was an insult to the black members, and Chambers therefore moved that the committee's recommendation be rejected and his original resolution adopted. When Gompers declared Chambers's motion out of order, the delegate from the colored coach cleaners appealed to the convention. For the first time in many years, Gompers was overruled. The convention voted to recommit both resolutions, which the Committee on Organization had refused to endorse, to the Committee on Laws. Point 3. The AFL bureaucracy rallied quickly from this defeat, and the black delegates received no better treatment from the Committee on Laws. Both proposals were again rejected with the observation that their adoption would commit the AFL to interference with the autonomy of its national affiliates. The Committee on Laws, too, suggested conferences between the Executive Council and the interested parties. See Philip S. Foner History of the Labor Movement in the United States 8, Chapter 11. Chambers still would not give up. To circumvent the objection that his resolution violated the principle of trade union autonomy within the AFL, he moved that action against the national affiliates that persisted in barring blacks be taken by the annual conventions rather than by the Executive Council. Gompers promptly sustained a motion that Chambers was out of order on the ground that he was merely resubmitting the motion that the Committee on Laws had turned down. A delegate from the Stereotypers International, a member of the T.U.E.L, rose in Chambers' defense and bitterly charged the delegates with denying blacks the right to organize. How can we hope for them to realize freedom in industry, he asked, unless the American Federation of Labor gives them the same rights we enjoy? He continued. I have discussed this with various individual delegates and they all agree with the principle, but they are sidestepping the issue, and I say to those in organized labor the rights of the Negro have got to be considered, whether you like it or not. We are having the rights of international unions raised against this American principle the same as we have states' rights against the rights of all the people of the country. The fight we make for industrial democracy is the fight we make for political democracy, and we can no longer afford to deny equal rights to Negroes. Point 4. A delegate from the laundry workers asked Gompers whether, if the convention decided to declare that AFL affiliates must eliminate racial discrimination, it actually had the power to enforce its decision. Gompers replied that the convention could not enforce such a ruling if the affiliated bodies refused to abide by it. Daniel Tobin, treasurer of the AFL and chairman of the Committee on Laws, supported Gompers by repeating the now familiar argument that the Federation had no power to dictate to any international union the class of men they shall or shall not take in. That right, he declared, belonged to the unions themselves. Point 5. A move was made to suspend debate on the entire matter, and the delegates voted to accept the report of the Committee on Laws. The black delegates were left with the oft-repeated words of President Gompers that the AFL had always declared it the duty of all workers to organize regardless of sex, nationality, race, religion or political affiliation, and with the slim hope that the conferences to be held between black unionists and the railway carmen, the railway clerks, and the boilermakers would result in equal membership for black workers. Only one of the 3 projected conferences was ever held, and it accomplished nothing to advance the interests of black unionists. The 1922 convention of the railway carmen provided for the admission of blacks in separate lodges, which were placed under the jurisdiction of the nearest white locals. Since the union would offer black workers nothing beyond auxiliary status, it saw no reason for a conference with representatives of the colored coach cleaners. The AFL Executive Council agreed, revoked the charters of the federal locals of the coach cleaners, turned them over to the carmen, and washed its hands of the matter. The Boilermakers did not even bother to give black workers auxiliary status. They retained their constitutional bar against them and forgot about holding a conference with leaders of the Colored Boilermakers Helpers Union. The AFL Executive Council found this quite satisfactory. Point 6. Representatives of the Brotherhood of Railway Clerks and the Colored Freight handlers did get together in the summer of 1921, and as a result the freight handlers obtained the right to form boards of adjustment on each rail line, which were to act in cooperation with representatives selected by the Clerks Union to protect black workers in negotiations with railway management. The introduction at the 1922 Railway Clerks Convention of a resolution calling for elimination of the whites only clause in the Constitution provoked such an uproar that it was immediately declared out of order. This, too, proved satisfactory to the AFL, and no action was taken against the clerks for failing to live up to the Federation's request to drop its written exclusion of black members. The matter was not even submitted by the Executive Council to the next annual convention which, technically at least, had the power to expel any affiliate that violated its law by a vote of 2/3 of the delegates assembled. The provision was being used to expel unions accused of being communist-dominated, but there was no likelihood that 2/3 of the delegates to an AFL convention would vote for expulsion of an affiliate to enforce the principle of equal membership for blacks. Point 7. Thus, by the time Samuel Gompers' lengthy tenure as president of the AFL came to an end with his death in December 1924, the only significant action for black labor taken by the organization he had headed, the recommendations at the 1920 and 1921 conventions to the railroad clerks, the railway caremen and the boilermakers, had produced absolutely no results. During this quarter century, moreover, not only had black workers been unable to register a significant increase in AFL membership, but the number of Federation affiliates denying admittance to black workers by constitutional provision or ritual had climbed from 4 to 11.8 inches. Jim Crow unionism had also increased, especially in the several black local and federal trade unions in the AFL under the aegis of the Executive Council. In 1911 only 11 black unions held direct charters from the Federation, but by 1919 this number had jumped to 161. Most of the new separate unions were made up of railway workers, and their organization was due not so much to the limited interest shown by the AFL in recruiting black members as to the government policy of dealing with employees only. Through organizations during the period of federal control of railroads in World War. 9. By the end of 1924, the number of black locals had declined to 51. The rapid decline was not explained by the international union's absorption of the black locals. The freight handlers, who comprised the majority of the black locals, had been denied entrance into the Brotherhood of Railway Clerks by a constitutional ban, and the boilermakers and machinists, who had jurisdiction over a fair number of segregated locals, continued to keep them out of the unions of their crafts in the same way. Other unions, such as the railway carmen and the blacksmiths, took in the black locals but gave them only second-class membership, under the supervision of white locals. In short, 10 years after the exodus of black workers from southern agriculture to northern industry, a decade that had seen a phenomenal growth in the number of blacks employed as industrial workers, and at the end of which it was widely acknowledged that Negro labor is a part of American industry, a spoke in the wheel of American production, black labor was no more able to gain large-scale admission to the AFL than before the Great Migration. Whatever slight steps the AFL took in the direction of racial equality in the post-war period was largely prompted by the appeal of the IWW to black workers and the rise of independent black unions. Unfortunately, it was soon unnecessary for the AFL to pursue even this minimum policy of equalitarianism, for both of these threats to the Federation soon disappeared. After a promising start, the IWW campaign to recruit blacks, especially among waterfront workers, was seriously set back by the severe repression under the Federal Espionage Act and state criminal syndicalist laws. Among the victims of the repression was Benjamin Harrison Fletcher, black leader of the Philadelphia Marine Transport Workers Industrial Union. Under his leadership, the Philadelphia branch had been highly effective in nullifying the employer's traditional practice of playing black and white workers against each other. After a series of militant strikes, marked by Black-white unity. The Philadelphia branch won wage increases, shorter hours, and union recognition, becoming one of the most effective locals in the entire IWW. When Fletcher headed a drive to extend the gains won by the Philadelphia branch along the entire Atlantic coast, the shipping interests, allied with the government against the IWW, decided he had to be stopped. 12 inches. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 7, 292-315. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 4, 125-27, 245. After a farcical federal trial in Chicago where 101 Wobblies were convicted of violating the Espionage Act, many received sentences of up to 20 years in prison and heavy fines. Fletcher was sentenced to 10 years in the federal penitentiary at Leavenworth, Kansas, and fined $30,000. Condemning the trials of the IWW leaders as a deliberate effort to stem the drive to organize the unorganized, especially the black workers. The Messenger, joined by W.E.B. Du Bois, launched a campaign to bring about Ben Fletcher's release. "We respect the industrial workers of the world," Du Bois wrote in the Crisis of June 1919, as one of the social and political movements in modern times that draws no color line. 13. At first the response to the campaign was not encouraging. This was the period of the Great Red Scare and the Palmer Raids, and few black organizations were willing to speak up for a militant leader convicted of conspiracy and violating the Espionage Act. But slowly the campaign for Fletcher mounted, and petitions and letters from black and white Americans urged President Harding to pardon the black wobbly leader and release him from the federal penitentiary. In December 1921, the Department of Justice, in its Report on All Wartime Offenders Confined in Federal or State Penitentiaries, advised the Attorney General against recommending executive clemency for Ben Fletcher. The reason was stated quite bluntly. He was a Negro, who had great influence with the colored stevedores, dock workers, firemen, and sailors, and materially assisted in building up the Marine Transport Workers Union, which at the time of the indictment had become so strong that it practically controlled the shipping on the Atlantic coast. 14. In 1923 President Harding commuted Ben Fletcher's sentence and he was released from prison. In 1933 President Franklin D. Roosevelt granted him a full pardon. Fletcher remained in the IWW and continued to speak and write on industrial unionism and the need for labor solidarity. But by this time the W was considerably weaker than when Fletcher had entered prison. While the IWW was not destroyed by wartime repression, what was left at the war's end was further weakened by a split in the ranks over attitudes toward the Soviet Union and the Communist International. One group supported the first socialist state, and another refused its support because the Soviet Union had not based itself on the principles of syndicalism favored by the IWW. The one IWW union that still had a substantial number of black members was the Philadelphia Local of the Marine Transport Workers Union, Local 8. 2,000 of its 3,500 members were black. Local 8 was the pride of those who believed that industrial unionism was the solution to racial problems. Colored and white workers solving the race problem for Philadelphia was the headline over an article about Local 8 in the Messenger of July 1921. In an effort to break down insidious, anti-labor solidarity propaganda, especially in the reactionary, corrupt AFL's LNT emotional longshoremen's Union in Philadelphia, Local 8 established a forum in June 1921. Here a series of lectures were held every Friday night for members and others who wished to attend. The subject of the first lecture was the relation of organized labor to race riots. The subject was prompted by the riot in Tulsa, Oklahoma when an angry white mob attacked where the blacks lived, shot at them through the night of May 31, 1921, and then burned much of the black business and residential section during the night and subsequent day. At least 30 Tulsans lost their lives, and many blacks were injured in the night of burning, looting, and shooting. Property losses may have topped the $1.5 million mark. 15. The speaker at the first Local 8 forum pointed out that, just as labor fights race riots, it fights the wars between nations. Only labor can stop race riots. Just as the bosses of the workers profit from national wars, so the bosses of the workers profit from race wars. It is to the interest of the capitalists to keep the workers divided upon race lines so that they could rob them more easily and successfully. He stated. If the white and black working class are kept fighting over the bone of race prejudice, the artful, hypocritical yellow capitalist dog will steal up and grab the most of the profit. Race riots serve the interests of the employers of labor, by keeping the workers divided. At daggers points. 16 inches brief, pointed and enthusiastic questions and discussions followed the lecture, reported the messenger. Each speaker deplored and condemned the Tulsa riot in Oklahoma. With a sound working class instinct they laid the cause of the Tulsa massacres at the door of the labor-hating, profiteering, conscienceless Ku Klux Klan, predatory business interests of the South. 17. The messenger's enthusiasm was tremendous. Here was a living example of the ability of white and black people to work, live and conduct their common affairs side by side. There were black and white men and black and white women at this meeting. No rapes, no lynchings, no race riots occurred. Isn't it wonderful? Let the Southern press together with its Northern, Eastern and Western journalistic kith and kin, bent upon their base, corrupt. Some 6,000 black Tulsans spent the night of June 1st interned in the convention hall and at the fairgrounds. Some were released beginning the next day, but the imprisonments would continue for others for as long as 2 weeks. For the next month blacks carried identification cards, were prohibited from purchasing firearms, and for the next several months, black Tulsans lived in makeshift residences including tents. Scott Ellsworth, Death in a Promised Land. The Tulsa Race Riot of 1921, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 1982. Wicked and hateful mission of poisoning the wells of public opinion with the virulent spleen of race prejudice. Take note. Here the workers are trying to democratize knowledge, for they, too, are learning that knowledge is power and that if the capitalists control all the knowledge, they will control the world. 18. Local aids of forums were later continued by the American Negro Labor Congress, a pro-communist organization, which reported in 1927 that the forums were attracting wide audiences of black and white workers in Philadelphia. 19. But by that time the founder of the forums, Local 8, was no longer in existence. It had been engaged in constant battle after the war with the national IWW on a wide variety of issues, and in 1923 the local severed relations with the IWW, charging the General Executive Board with a deliberate plot to dominate it and dictate its activities even against the best interests of the membership. Harassed constantly by the government and further weakened by internal disputes, the WW could do little to take advantage of the vacuum created by AFL indifference to the organization of black workers. To be sure, IWW journals in the post-war years agreed that there had never been a more favorable time to organize colored men and women. 20. But by 1921 even the Messenger, the fervent champion of the W in black circles, conceded that the organization was too weak to hold out hope for the black workers. 21. Even Fletcher realized when he emerged from federal prison that the organization was too weak to fulfill its mission. He therefore called for the formation of a separate black labor federation. There are fully 4 million Negro men, women and children, ready to participate in such a Negro Labor Federation, he predicted. 22. Although it would promote the general welfare of the black workers, the Federation's main purpose would be to compel the AFL and the Railroad Brotherhoods to reverse their racist policies. Fletcher's vision of an independent black labor movement never became a reality. The separate unions that might have served as the foundation for such a movement either disappeared, lost most of their members, or failed to grow. The National Alliance of Postal Employees, extended in 1924 to include all 22,000 black workers in U.S. Postal Service, never got off the ground because of its inability to win the official federal government recognition accorded to white unions. In 1926 the alliance claimed only 1,700 members. 23. The Railway Men's Benevolent Association received a fatal blow when its effort to have the so-called Atlanta Agreement declared null and void failed after the government relinquished control over the nation's rail. the American Negro Labor Congress will be discussed in the next volume. System. This agreement was worked out between the Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen and federal railway officials during the war with the aim of driving black workers from positions they had long held on the roads. The four railroad brotherhoods made effective use of the Atlanta Agreement in the post-war years to oust black railwaymen from jobs acquired during the war. The Railway Men's Benevolent Association attempted in late 1921 to bring the various groups of black railway workers into one organization to prevent blacks from being forced out of the industry. When the effort failed, the association soon disappeared. The number of black workers in skilled and semi-skilled occupations on the nation's railroads declined especially during the next decade. All black spokespersons could do was declare that, in their strikes, the railroad unions richly deserved defeat. 24. The National Brotherhood Workers of America, formed in 1919, collapsed after 2 years. Its initial strength had been among black dock workers in the Tidewater area of Virginia, but the International Longshoremen's Association, with financial support from the National AFL, succeeded in recruiting those workers into its ranks. With the post-war reduction in shipyard workers, the Brotherhood lost most of its base. Just before its dissolution in the summer of 1921, the Brotherhood announced its intention to unionize the black workers in the cotton fields as well as in every branch of industry. "How long are we to wait for justice at the white man's hands?" it asked, denouncing the AFL for its failure to organize the black workers. The Brotherhood disappeared shortly thereafter with the question still unanswered. 25. The messenger and the leaders of the Brotherhood had split about a year before the latter's demise. Officials of the Brotherhood had charged that the messenger editors were more interested in winning financial support for their magazine than in building up the new black labor movement. Randolph and Owen went their own way in 1920 to form first the Friends of Negro Freedom (FNF) and then the National Association for the Promotion of Labor Unionism Among Negroes. The FNF was to be an interracial organization, but control was to rest with blacks who knew the problems of black workers. The program called for the establishment of committees for weekly educational assemblies, a labor committee to gain entrance for black workers into industry and unions, a boycott committee. During World War I, the railroad lines and the railroad brotherhoods had worked out unwritten agreements confining blacks to low-level and menial occupations in railway work. When the federal government assumed control of the nation's rail network late in December 1917, it simply sanctioned the informal agreements between railroad management and the unions by prohibiting the hiring or advancing of blacks to positions they had not occupied in the past. Under the so-called Atlanta Agreement, the Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen and the U.S. Railroad Administration agreed upon rules relating to seniority, job classification, and the composition of train crews that resulted in driving many black workers from positions they had long held on the railroads and relegating them to menial jobs. To wage campaigns against racist merchants, and a tenants' league committee to secure decent housing for blacks. Through boycotts, rent strikes, labor agitation, and general education, the FNF would mobilize blacks into a powerful direct action group to win improvements as workers and consumers. 14 branches across the country were established, and the plan was to build an international organization, for it was no more possible for Negroes in America to be indifferent to what takes place in Haiti, Egypt, or Trinidad, than for New York Negroes to be indifferent to the fortunes of Negroes in Florida. The success of Negroes in one place encourages and emboldens Negroes in another. 26. But apart from the chapter in Philadelphia, none of the branches amounted to much, and they soon disappeared, along with the national organization. 27. The National Association for the Promotion of Labor Unionism Among Negroes was no more successful. With Owen as president and Randolph as secretary, it produced an impressive letterhead listing an advisory board of white leaders of the Socialist Party and of the needle trades unions: Morris Hillquit of the Socialists, Joseph Schlossberg of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, and Rose Schneiderman and A. J. Shiplikoff of the ILGWU. With the assistance of the socialist political and trade union leaders, the association was to act as an educational and organizational force to bring all black workers into unions based on class lines and ultimately to unite black and white workers into a mighty class-conscious power capable of effectively challenging capitalist domination of American economic and political life. T.U.E.L. But for all the praise and attention the association received from the socialist press and in the journals of the needle trades unions, for all the honors Randolph and Owen bestowed upon the LLGWU, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, the International Fur Workers, and other unions for their support of the messenger, nothing was accomplished. It was difficult for black workers to summon much enthusiasm for an organization endorsed by socialist leaders when the party was doing very little in the struggle for black equality in American life, still clinging to the old socialist concept that there was no special Negro problem in the United States, that black workers were just the same as white workers, and that when socialism would be achieved, the problems of black people would be solved. 29 Moreover, the socialist needle trades unions, whose officials were on the association's advisory board, did little to bring black workers into their trades or recruit them as members. These facts did not, however, interfere with the messenger's rhetoric in favor of the Socialist Party and the socialist unions. 30. In 1923 the messenger issued a call for the formation of a united Negro Trades. Modeled after the United Hebrew Trades, it was to provide the machinery for bringing blacks into unions and to further the interests of those already within organized labor. But the United Negro Trades proved no more successful than the previous ventures launched by the messenger. By then, the Black Monthly had alienated many black workers by its ceaseless attacks upon Marcus Garvey. The efforts of Randolph and Owen to have the black nationalist leader deported as an undesirable alien won them the approval of the socialist political and trade union press, but it antagonized the black masses, especially in the industrial centers of the North, who viewed Garvey as their champion and joined the Universal Negro Improvement Association by the hundreds of thousands. 31. In its controversy with Garvey, the messenger lost the support of its contributing editor, W.A. Domingo, a militant and articulate black spokesperson for socialism, who resigned from the magazine as it became increasingly hostile to the Soviet Union and communism. The messenger lost young black militants like Cyril Briggs, Richard B. Moore, and others formerly associated with both it and the African Blood Brotherhood, who moved into the communist camp. 32. Randolph and Owen continued to denounce race prejudice within the unions, but conceded that little could be done about the situation, since there is no machinery which can be set in motion either to get the Negroes in the unions, or to see that those who are in get justice both from the point of view of getting jobs in their trades and being elected officials in their unions. 33. In 1924 the messenger ceased to call itself the sole organ of scientific radicalism among Negroes the world over and adopted the subtitle, World's Greatest Negro Monthly. About the same time, Randolph abandoned his interest in promoting socialism and a separate labor movement among blacks and devoted himself primarily to organizing the Pullman Porters. Among his close associates was Frank R. Crosswaith, a black socialist and bitter anti-communist. Discouraged and depressed by the racist experience his brother had in the socialist needle trades unions, Chandler Owen abandoned the party, moved to Chicago, and ceased to be active in promoting the organization of black workers. 34. Hoping to win an Marcus Garvey (1887–1940) was born in Jamaica and apprenticed to learn the printer's trade. He came to the U.S. in 1916 and established his race organization in Harlem. The Universal Negro Improvement Association won millions of followers, although the exact number is disputed, on a platform of racial pride, the development of an independent black nation in Africa, and the control of the economic and political life of black communities in America by blacks themselves. Garvey started all-black businesses such as the Black Star Line, a shipping enterprise funded by black stockholders. The movement was very much set back when Garvey was jailed in 1925 for mail fraud, a charge his followers maintained was completely false. AFL Charter for the Porters is an independent national union. Randolph kept the Messenger free of any criticism of the Federation and its leadership for their indifference to the plight of the black worker, their rigid adherence to craft unionism, and their neglect of the unskilled and semi-skilled of all races and nationalities. When Gompers died late in 1924, the Messenger, which had once been among his severest critics, paid tribute to the late AFL president as a dynamic and interesting personality. It conceded that he had always been diplomatically silent on black labor, but emphasized that the number of black trade unionists had increased under his regime. But it did not furnish evidence for this assertion. 35. In 1925, as we shall see in our next volume, the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters was established with Randolph as general organizer, and the Messenger became the union's official organ. Randolph turned the editorship of the once radical magazine to George S. Schuyler, who produced its monthly issues until it ceased publication in the spring of 1928.36. The battle against the trade union philosophy and practices of the AFL as they related to black workers in particular, abandoned by the Messenger, was carried forward in the early 1920s by the Communist Party and the T.U.E.L. As far as the former was concerned, this required a change in approach to the issue. Communists and the Negro question. When it was organized in 1919, the Communist Party inherited from the socialist movement the view that there was no need for a special program on the Negro question. 37 It was considered purely and simply an economic problem, part of the struggle between the workers and the capitalists. The black worker, according to socialist doctrine, was, like the white worker, a worker, and the Socialist Party had no special message for him. As Eugene V. Debs put it, we have nothing special to offer the Negro, and we cannot make separate appeals to all the races. The Socialist Party is the party of the whole working class, regardless of color, the whole working class of the whole world. The solution of the labor question, leading in the end to socialism, would bring in its train the solution of the Negro question. With such a general outlook, the distinctive features of the situation faced by black people were overlooked, and their special needs and demands were ignored. The prevalence of racism in society as a whole, including the working class and affecting the party itself, was underestimated, if not entirely ignored. 38. Gradually, however, the Communist Party developed a more effective and meaningful approach to this question. In part, this was the result of the influence of members of the African Blood Brotherhood who joined the Communist movement. The Brotherhood was formed in 1919, shortly after the split in the Socialist Party. Many of its leaders were socialists who were enthused by the Russian Bolshevik Revolution. They welcomed the call of the Communist International for the unity of workers of all races and its stand for the liberation of subject and colonial peoples. Led by Cyril H. Briggs, the African Blood Brotherhood brought a militant program for black freedom to the communist movement, and its members were to constitute the core of black communist leadership for some years to come. 39. The theoretical insights that opened the way for a new interpretation of the Negro question by the Communist Party came from Lenin. As early as February 1913, in a short article entitled, Russians and Negroes, Lenin observed that traces of slavery were reflected in the deplorable condition of blacks in the South of the United States, unworthy of a civilized country. He drew an analogy between that condition and the situation of the Russian peasantry who were, almost freed, from the bondage of serfdom at about the same time as the emancipation of the American slaves. 40 In other writings, Lenin saw the American Negroes as an oppressed nation, a condition arising from the history of oppression within the semi-feudal agrarian system of the South. After November 1917, Lenin urged the American communists and others in the left-wing movements to pay special attention to the problems and grievances of the American Negroes, to concern themselves with their immediate demands and not to repeat the past errors of the socialists by ignoring them. This influenced the break with the traditional position of the socialists and the early communist Party on the Negro question. 1. T.U.E.L and black workers. William Z. Foster's experience in the packing house campaign of 1918 and the steel strike of 1919 had convinced him that no effective organization of the mass production industries was possible unless special attention was paid to the black workers. Yet he also knew from experience that there was strong opposition to white unions among black workers, during the steel strike of 1919. Black strikebreakers were recruited from the South in increasing numbers. After the strike, Foster laid much of the blame for use of black scabs at the struck mills at the feet of the unions, many of them sharply draw the color line, thus feeding the flames of race hatred. The success of unionization, he insisted, required the unions to open their ranks to Negroes, make an earnest effort to organize them, and then give them a square deal when they join. However, at the height of the strike, he made a statement which he later very much regretted. The colored worker, he asserted, is not very responsive to trade unionism. He seems to feel that the best way he can solve this problem is to break down the white working man. He acts as a scab at all times. Interchurch World Movement, Report on the Steel Strike of 1.919, New York, 1920, p. 37. Edward P. Johanningsmeyer, William Z. Foster, labor organizer and communist, Ph.D. Dissertation, Columbia University, 1988, pp. 385-86. Ing out of their frequent betrayals and their indifference to the blacks' needs. Hence, both as a communist influenced by the Leninist approach to the special character of the black question, and as a practical trade union organizer, Foster called upon all T.U.E.L militants to join in a campaign to open all unions to the Negro workers. To this end, it was necessary to educate white unionists on the self-defeating effect of racism on organized labor and to impress upon black workers the need for and the possibility of joining with whites in a common struggle against the employers. 42. The Labor Herald of the T.U.E.L helped in the educational work with articles on the problems of the black workers and the need for unity. The issue of April 1923 carried a story dealing with the black worker who had migrated from the cotton fields to the steel mills only to find that rent, food and clothing cost more than he was making. He learned, too, that he was the last to be hired and the first to be fired. But saddest of all, he learns to distrust the white workers, who will not take him into their unions, yet who call him scab because, as an unorganized worker, he must take whatever job is offered him. For years, various unions, while uttering official platitudes about no discrimination on the basis of nationality, color, creed, or politics, really followed the policy of Negro exclusion. Asterisk. The article went on to point out that friction between black and white workers was being nourished and developed by the employers for the purpose of dividing the workers and forcing upon them a fratricidal struggle. Unless the workers confronted the employing class with their ranks united, regardless of race or color, they would never succeed. All workers, Negro and white, foreign-born and native, skilled and unskilled, must organize industrially and politically, and thus present one front against the one enemy. 43. Even more pointed was an editorial in the Labor Herald of July 1924, headed, Negroes and the Unions. It merits extensive quotation, for it was the most fully developed T.U.E.L statement on the subject of black workers. Trade unions that neglect or discriminate against the Negroes, and there are many such in this country, are following a narrow, short-sighted policy that will ultimately lead them to disaster unless it is changed. Leaving aside, for the moment, all questions of the interests of the Negroes themselves, which are an essential part of the interests of the working class, and, despite official pronouncements on racial equality by AFL officials and conventions, the Federation did not establish any enforcement machinery to prevent its unions from discriminating. Between 1910 and 1920, the number of AFL affiliates denying admittance to black workers by constitutional provision or ritual had risen from 8 to 11. By the end of the 19,205, 24 international unions discriminated directly in their constitutions or rituals, while others discriminated informally. 10 of these unions were AFL affiliates. Expectations that the great northward migration from the southern states would open wide the doors of the AFL and the Railroad Brotherhoods proved illusory. Philip S. Foner, organized. Labor and the Black Worker, 1619–1981. New York, 1981, pp. 154–55. Looking at the matter only from the selfish interests of the unions as now constituted, it is becoming plainer every day that if the labor movement is to be saved from destruction at the hands of the open shop campaign, they must break down the prejudices instilled by capitalist institutions, they must accept the Negroes on a basis of equality, and they must organize them into complete solidarity with the white workers, native and foreign-born. It is no accident that in the industries dominated by the most militant enemies of labor, the Negroes are being brought in constantly increasing numbers. Because the unions are so short-sighted that they neglect the organization and education of our black brothers, they are thereby inflicting deep injury upon themselves. They are forcing the Negroes into the position of strike breakers. They are delivering a terrible weapon into the hands of the employers. For the preservation of the unions, to defeat the open shoppers, in order to build up working-class power, the Negroes must be brought into the organized labor movement on a mass scale. All discrimination must be abolished. Every worker must be united in the unions without regard to race, creed, or color. It is time to put our high-sounding principles into effect if we would preserve the trade union movement. Hence the section on the Negro problem in the T.U.E.L program, adopted in 1924, stated, "The problem of the politically and industrially disfranchised Negroes shall occupy the serious attention of the League. The League shall demand that the Negroes be given the same social, political and industrial rights as whites, including the right to work in all trades, equal wages, admission to all trade unions, abolition of Jim Crow cars and restaurants. 45. The leaders of the T.U.E.L were not content to spout generalities about human brotherhood, which often were nothing but excuses for inactivity on the issue of Negro labor and a convenient mask for the prejudices of the trade unionists who uttered them. Instead, the T.U.E.L leadership called upon the militants to work among the white sector of the trade union movement, saturated with prejudice against the Negro, and win the support of the white unionists for a policy of opening all unions to the black worker and assuring him an equal opportunity to work on the same terms as the white worker. 46. James W. Ford, a black delegate to the Chicago Federation of Labor, described how the T.U.E.L militants worked in the early 19,205. At one meeting of the Federation, he charged the AFL leadership with discrimination and immoral trade union conduct toward Negro workers. As he had anticipated, several white delegates accused him of defending workers who were mainly strikebreakers. To his utter surprise, other white delegates came to his defense, although he was the lone black delegate. They not only supported fully the charges I had lodged against the bureaucracy but succeeded in forcing it to permit me to continue my remarks. He later learned that these delegates were left-wingers and communists, under the leadership of William Z. Foster, and that they were leading a fight as members of the T.U.E.L for the rights of Negro workers. Ford immediately joined the League and later the Communist Party and became active in the battle against race prejudice in the labor movement. 47. The T.U.E.L leaders were not generally successful in combating racism in the unions or in recruiting blacks. They grievously underestimated the resistance among white unionists to their program on the Negro question and often found them so blinded by race prejudices to prefer exploitation to cooperation with the colored man. The militants failed, too, to appreciate the resistance of the black worker to the white unions, caused mainly by their experiences with organized labor but deepened by the influence of the conservative Negro church and by the belief of many blacks employed in industry that their interests resided with the employing class rather than the white unionists. The experiences of the Negro seeking work, commented opportunity, the organ of the National Urban League, in October 1924, has forced him to believe that there is as much sacredness about the principles involved in his right to earn a living as were involved in the principles for which the white trade unionists stood. 8. While thousands of workers rallied to the T.U.E.L and conducted a series of strikes under its leadership, especially, as we have seen, in the textile and needle trades industries, few black workers were involved in these activities. Few were touched by the great strikes in the needle trades, since few of them, the crisis noted, are in the clothing-making industry. The same was true of the textile industry. All told, few blacks had been recruited into the unions by the militants. 49. This situation, as well shall see in our next volume, would change. Chapter 19. Independent Political Action. In the presidential election of 1920, the Farmer Labor Party nominated Farley P. Christensen of Utah as its standard-bearer, but the party made a poor showing. Christensen received no electoral votes and only about 250,000 popular votes, no more than 1% of the presidential vote. Asterisk. The Harding landslide appeared at first to have completely buried all prospects for a new farmer-labor political movement. However, the economic crisis of 1920-21, which the Harding Republican administration did nothing to alleviate, reawakened interest in independent political action. One sign of this development was the growing cooperation between the Farmer Labor Party and the Trade Union Educational League. 1. Conference for Progressive Political Action (CPPA). Another came with the founding in 1922 of the Conference for Progressive Political Action (CPPA). The CPPA was initiated by the railroad workers' unions, several of whose leaders issued a call to all workers, farmers and other democratic organizations in the United States, proposing a national convention for progressive political action. The convention was held in Chicago's Masonic Temple on February 20 and 21, 1922 with 250 delegates in attendance. They came from the nonpartisan League, various Farmer Labor Parties, the Farmers National Council, the Single Tax League, the Committee of 48, the Public Ownership League, the Farmer Labor Party as discussed in the previous volume of the History of the Labor Movement in the United States. 8, 256-74. They were William Johnston, President of the Machinists, Martin F. Ryan of the Railway Car Men, Warren S. Stone of the Locomotive Engineers, E. J. Magnan of the Telegraphers Timothy Healy of the Stationary Firemen, and L. E. Shepherd of the Railway Conductors, Labor February 4, 1922. 339. Socialist Party and the Methodist Federation of Social Services. But the basic element was the trade unions. Delegates were sent by the 16 railroad unions, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, 9 state federations of labor and various city central labor councils, altogether representing about one-third of the country's trade unionists. 2. Proposals to create an independent working-class party were made at the convention, but neither the socialists nor the farmer labor representatives were able to muster enough support for the idea. In the end, a compromise resolution was adopted allowing each organization to act at its own discretion, that is, either to work for the election of progressive candidates within the old parties or to nominate its own candidates. The convention decided to form a national federation of the organizations represented in Chicago, called the Conference for Progressive Political Action (CPPA). A national committee of 15 was selected to guide its activities. William Johnston was chairman and Frederick C. Howe was secretary. 3. At this early stage, the CPPA represented an important step in the direction of progressive political action, but few of its leaders favored the establishment of a new party. While Sidney Hillman, president of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, did speak out for a third party, the other trade union leaders quashed the proposal. 4. State CPPAs were organized in some Midwestern, Northwestern, and Western states, and preparations got underway for the CPPA's first campaign in the elections of 1922. Working with the railroad unions and the AFL, the CPPA set out to elect progressive Republicans and Democrats and strengthen the labor bloc in Congress. CPPA speakers appealed to workers and farmers, pointing to the decline of agricultural prices and the severe unemployment during the Harding administration, its reactionary role during the 1922 coal miners and shop craft railroad union strikes, and the sweeping injunction secured by Attorney General Henry Daugherty. To the CPPA, it was clear that an alliance existed between the government, the judiciary and big business. 5. In the 1922 elections, Robert M. LaFollette was overwhelmingly re-elected governor of Wisconsin. E.F. Ladd and Lynn Frazier of the Nonpartisan League in North Dakota were sent back to Washington, and in Minnesota, the Farmer Labor Party sent Magnus Johnson and Henrik Shipstead to Congress. In Nebraska, progressive Republican R. B. Howell defeated old-line Democrat Gilbert Hitchcock for the Senate. Some of the leading reactionary congressmen and senators, including Albert B. Cummins, the archenemy of many progressives, were defeated. 6. Lab 0R claimed that the 1922 elections marked American labor's most significant victory ever at the polls. 7. While the rail unions had played A Labor, a daily paper, was sponsored by the railroad brotherhoods. Leading role in this victory of the CPPA, the United Mine Workers, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, and even the American Federation of Labor had participated and worked closely with the CPPA. 8. The victories of 1922 strengthened the determination of the trade unions in the CPPA to stay clear of a third party and continue nonpartisan political action. Others within the CPPA, led by the Chicago farmer laborites and socialists, disagreed. At a meeting of the CPPA leadership in December 1922, they urged prompt action in organizing a CPPA-backed third party. They were overruled, with William Johnston, the socialist president of the machinists, leading the battle against the third party. 9 Still, Warren S. Stone, president of the engineers, while agreeing that the CPPA should continue to work through the old parties, warned that if both of these parties nominated reactionaries in 1924, there would be a third party flow. The 1922 CPPA convention. While the National Committee of the CPPA felt strongly that a third party was not needed, the Chicago Federation of Labor and the Farmer Labor Party intensified their efforts to bring about the formation of an independent labor party. The idea of a third party was also supported by the Socialists, by the United Mine Workers and the Amalgamated Clothing Workers. The conflict within the CPPA reached a climax at its second convention held on December 11 and 12, 1922 in Cleveland. The delegates attending represented organizations with an aggregate membership of no less than 3 million. By the time the convention met, local branches of the CPPA already existed in 32 states. 11. The first conflict at the convention arose over the seating of the delegates from the Workers' Communist Party, which had sent Charles E. Ruthenberg and William Z. Foster as its representatives to help those delegates who favored independent political action. The Credentials Committee seated the delegates representing the Socialist Party but refused to seat Foster and Ruthenberg, as well as the delegates of several militant trade unions. In fact, the committee did not even mention the Workers' Party delegates, and when Ruthenberg addressed the chair and demanded a report on the Workers' Party credentials, he was told that no such credentials had been received. When they were found, the chair contended that the communist program conflicted with the goals of the CPPA and of democracy in general. Ruthenberg protested the decision and denounced it as an attempt to weaken the left forces. He was supported by the Chicago Federation of Labor and the Farmer Labor Party, both of whom demanded the seating of the Workers' Party delegates. The leaders of the railroad brotherhoods, supported by Morris Hillquit of the Socialist Party, refused to budge. They denounced the program of the Workers' Party, calling it un-American. Although the socialists did not agree with the un-American designation, they supported the exclusion of the communist delegates. In the end, the Workers' Party delegates were not admitted. 12. The platform that was adopted in Cleveland was called the Postcard Platform because of its brevity. It included demands for the repeal of the Esch-Cummins Railroad Law and the operation of the railroads for the benefit of the people, public control of the coal mines, water power and hydroelectric power in the interests of the people, the direct election of the president and vice president and the extension of direct primary laws to all states, congressional legislation to end the Supreme Court's practice of declaring laws unconstitutional, the raising of prices that farmers received and the reduction of prices that consumers paid for farm products. Increased tax rates on high incomes and inheritances, and the payment of a soldier's bonus by restoring the wartime excess profits tax, legislation providing minimum essential standards for employment of women, equality for women while improving existing political, social and individual standards, and state action to ensure maximum benefits of Federal Maternity and Infancy Acts. 13. To the farmer laborites, however, the platform was a secondary issue. Their delegates introduced a resolution endorsing independent political action and proposing the immediate formation of a new national party. However, the Railroad Brotherhood leaders refused to go beyond a nonpartisan political program, and since they had the majority of the votes, they were able to defeat the Third Party Resolution, 64-52. With this, the Chicago Federation of Labor and the Farmer Labor Party delegates, led by John Fitzpatrick, officially announced their withdrawal from the CPPA and moved to form a new third party in 1923. The Socialists voted to remain in the CPPA, but the Communists decided to join the Chicago Federation and the Farmer Laborites in forming a Farmer Labor Party. Foster believed that his alliance with Fitzpatrick, which had operated well during the Packinghouse and Steel organizing efforts, along with Fitzpatrick's endorsement of the T.U.E.L in its campaign for amalgamation, could now be used to further the cause of independent political action. 14. From every point of view, the results of the Second CPPA convention were most unfortunate. By rejecting the delegates of the Workers' Party and opposing the proposal to form an independent labor party, the leaders of the rail unions and the socialists isolated themselves from the left forces and provoked a sharp split in the CPPA. On the other hand, by withdrawing from the CPPA, the more progressive forces placed themselves outside of an important mass movement and surrendered the organization to the conservative union leaders. Chicago Farmer Labor Party Convention. After leaving the CPPA, the CFL and the Chicago Farmer Laborites issued a call for a Farmer Labor Party convention in Chicago on July 3, 1923, in order to take steps to immediately form a Farmer Labor Party. Invitations went out to all groups and individuals on the left, as well as to many international unions. The Workers' Communist Party, which had been excluded from the CPPA meetings, was invited to send delegates. 15 inches build the Labor Party, declared the Labor Herald, organ of the T.U.E.L. The Cleveland Conference, it went on, had disgusted every red-blooded worker who can see little difference between the leaders who dominated that conference and Gompers. But now a new opportunity existed to build a strong and powerful labor party. The newspaper went on. Every progressive and militant union man is glad to know that the political forces of labor are gradually being brought together. The convention called by the Farmer Labor Party for Chicago, July 3, to which have been invited all unions, farmers' groups, and workers' political parties, is one sign of the extent to which the idea of unity has developed. It is another promise that the end is in sight of Gompersism. It is a token that the workers are preparing for independent class action in the field of politics. The road to political unity of the working class lies in the direction of bringing together the various political groups and labor organizations that now exist. In order for the Labor Party to develop its real power, its doors must be open for all workers to come in. The moment any arbitrary exclusion rule is set up, that moment solidarity of the workers is denied, and one group is set against the other. A united front of all must be the slogan. 1. In June 1923, At a meeting of representatives of the Workers' Party and the Farmer Labor Party, it was agreed that if the July 3 convention attracted representatives of at least 500,000 workers, the new party would be formed. 17 At this point, however, Fitzpatrick was having second thoughts. The CFL was coming under considerable pressure from the AFL Executive Council, the leaders of the Railroad Brotherhoods and the leaders of the Socialist Party not to go ahead with the convention. The AFL also cut off its subsidy to the Chicago Federation and ceased paying half the organizing expenses of President Fitzpatrick and half of the Federation's office rent. 18 When the convention opened as scheduled on July 3, 1923, 650 delegates were present. They had been sent by the West Virginia Federation of Labor, the Central Labor Councils of Detroit, Minneapolis, Chicago, and Buffalo, the UMW, the Needle Trades Unions, the Workers' Party, and the Farmer Labor Parties of states. Among the delegates was the legendary Mother Jones, now in her 93rd year. 19 At the opening session, Fitzpatrick stressed the need for unity. How foolish and ridiculous it is for the workers to be divided, he said, when the bosses of big business are united everywhere. We are going to come out of this conference with some sort of an arrangement, some kind of solution, some sort of a working agreement that will centralize our efforts and cause all our difficulties to vanish. But Fitzpatrick soon rendered this plea for unity meaningless by arguing that it would be suicide to allow the Workers' Party into the hall. He asked that all revolutionary groups be excluded, but the convention rejected this plea. Mother Jones, who had voted against Fitzpatrick, addressed the delegates and urged them to organize a new political party of workers and farmers. Thereupon, Joseph Manley, Foster's son-in-law and a delegate of the bridge and structural iron workers, moved that the conference declare itself in favor of forming a federated farmer labor party and immediately set up an organizing committee for that purpose. Fitzpatrick and his supporters, however, argued against the immediate creation of a new party. Fitzpatrick angrily charged that the communists wanted such a party so that they could dominate it. Ruthenberg replied that the purpose of the conference was to form a farmer labor party and it was not an idea that had originated only with the Workers' Party. Moreover, he added, the Workers' Party had no desire to dominate such a party, but it did draw the line at being excluded. He then urged united action for a new party. Ruthenberg was supported by the vast majority of the delegates. By a vote of 500 to 40, the convention decided to organize a new political party to be called the Federated Farmer Labor Party (FFLP). Manley was named Secretary-Treasurer. 20 By this time, however, Fitzpatrick and his allies had left the convention, never to return. Fitzpatrick-Foster split. After the Chicago Convention, Fitzpatrick let it be known that the relationship between the CFL and the T.U.E.L was ended. The Federation repudiated its previous stand in favor of amalgamation, and Fitzpatrick launched a drive to oust T.U.E.L delegates from both the Chicago Federation and the Illinois State Federation of Labor. As we have seen, this made it easier for Gompers and the AFL Executive Council to launch their own drive to oust the Communists and T.U.E.L members from the Federation and its affiliates. At the time, Foster placed the blame for these developments squarely on Fitzpatrick's shoulders. In an open letter to John Fitzpatrick, published in the Labor Herald, Foster accused the president of the CFL of capitulating to the AFL bureaucracy and of being unwilling to make a militant fight for a radical labor program. This is because you are a regular of the regulars. You will not break completely with the official family and become an outcast, a disrespectable in the movement, a fate which every progressive leader must undergo at our present stage of development. You are determined to maintain your official standing in the labor movement, and especially to retain the presidency of the Chicago Federation of Labor. For you every tactical consideration depends on that. 21 Later, however, Foster acknowledged that the Communists had themselves made serious mistakes in their decisions relating to the Labor Party issue during 1922 and 1923. The first was in following Fitzpatrick in the Farmer Labour Party when they abandoned the Conference for Progressive Political Action. To be sure, the CPPA had voted to bar the Communists, but it should have been clear that it was the CPPA and not the Farmer Labour Party that represented the real opportunity to build a genuine Labour Party, and the Communists should have sought to maintain some relationship with the CPPA. However, once having gone along with Fitzpatrick, it was a mistake to break with him at the Chicago Conference and to establish the Federated Farmer Labour Party over his opposition. The W-Orkers P.R.D. Fitzpatrick split on July 3, 1923 was particularly harmful in that it spread throughout the trade union movement. Eventually, it largely divorced the Communists from their center group allies, breaking up the political combinations which had carried through the Amalgamated and Labour Party campaigns, not to mention, in its earlier days, the Mooney Campaign, the meatpacking and steel organizing drives, and various other progressive movements. The left-center split on July 3 was one of the basic reasons why the Gompers bureaucrats could ride roughshod over the left wing at the AFL convention a few months later. 22. The St. Paul Convention and the National Farmer Labour Party. In the fall of 1923, William Mahoney, editor of the Minnesota Labour Advocate, the official organ of the Minnesota labor movement, persuaded the Minnesota Farmer Labour Party to invite some 350 national representatives to St. Paul on November 15 for preliminary discussions about the 1924 presidential election. Among those invited were representatives of the Socialist Party and the Workers' Party, as well as Joseph Manley, Secretary-Treasurer of the Federated Farmer Labour Party. Tested the presence of the Communists and refused to attend. However, the conference went ahead and Manley played an important role at the meeting. He joined in the decision to call a national convention in St. Paul for June 17, 1924, to organize a new National Farmer Labour Party and nominate candidates for president and vice president. Manley informed the readers of the Worker that the Federated Farmer Labour Party will join in a great national campaign in support of the candidates of the farmer labor movement nominated at the convention called in St. Paul. 23. When the press reported that representatives of the Workers' Party and the Federated Farmer Labour Party had been invited to the St. Paul Convention, the CFL warned the leaders of the Minnesota Farmer Labour Party against any further relations with these two groups, but the warning was ignored. In fact, when called upon to exclude the Communists from the June 17 convention, Red Kramer, representing the left-wing farmer laborites, argued that Minnesota's success was due to its open policy on Communists. They are not very numerous, he declared, but they are good workers and a splendid dynamic force. They can help a great deal if they are with you, and they can make a lot of trouble if you keep them out. 24. Meanwhile, forces were at work in the CPPA in favor of independent political action. Democrat William G. McAdoo was the early choice of most of the railroad unions for the presidency, but after it was revealed that his law firm had taken a legal fee from Edward Doheny, who was connected with the Teapot Dome oil scandal, his candidacy was irreparably damaged. Although Alfred E. Smith, New York's Catholic governor, was viewed with favor as a presidential candidate among rank-and-file railroad workers, the chiefs of the brotherhoods, most of whom were Protestants, would not support Smith. 25. Increasingly the CPPA placed its hopes on a presidential campaign by Robert M. La Follette. Since La Follette was out of contention for the Republican ticket, this meant supporting him as a Labor Party candidate. 26 But La Follette, although he supported many of Labor's political demands, was opposed to running as a candidate of a Labor Party. The American way, he said, was to run as an independent individual, not to form a class party. He was especially determined to dissociate himself from the radical groups in the Labour Party movement who were scheduled to meet in St. Paul on June 17, 1924.27 feet. The Teapot Dome scandal was associated with the corruption of the Harding administration. Secretary of the Interior Albert B. Fall, whose office administered the Navy oil reserves in Wyoming which bore the name Teapot Dome, leased it in a California oil reserve to individuals who were not required to engage in competitive bidding. Revelations that Fall had suddenly obtained wealth intensified the demand for the investigation which disclosed widespread corruption. On May 28, 1924, LaFollette published an open letter to the Attorney General of Wisconsin in which he condemned the leaders of the Minnesota Foner Labor Party for cooperating with the Communists and for inviting the Workers' Party to the left-wing convention. Not only did he refuse to support the convention, but he called on his supporters to stay away from St. Paul. 28. The Minnesota Farmer Labor Party published a strong statement disagreeing with LaFollette's position. They pointed out that while they, too, had their differences with the Workers' Party on many issues, they were prepared to cooperate with the Communists in establishing a third party because their experience in Minnesota had demonstrated that the Communists were valuable allies. Nevertheless, LaFollette's repudiation of the St. Paul Convention, combined with the attacks on it by leaders of the CFL, the AFL and the CPPA, kept many potential delegates away. 29. This became evident when the convention opened on June 17. While 500 delegates from 29 states participated, most of them were farmers. The response from the trade unions was weak. Only two large unions, the United Mine Workers and the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, sent official delegates. All the other union delegates in St. Paul represented small, local organizations. 30. A bitter debate broke out between William Mahoney, the Minnesota farmer labor leader, and the Communists. Mahoney warned that the immediate formation of a new party was premature and could be a serious obstacle to concerted actions by all of the participants in the progressive movement in the 1924 elections. The Communists disagreed, and after lengthy debate, the convention voted to establish the National Farmer Labor Party, adopt a platform, and nominate candidates for president and vice president for the 1924 election campaign. 31. The convention then adopted a platform calling for the nationalization of monopoly industry, banks, mines, public power, transportation, communication, a legislated minimum wage and maximum workday, a federal system of social insurance, transfer of land ownership to those who worked it, equal rights for Negroes, immediate recognition of the Soviet Union, and the right of self-determination for all the colonial possessions of the United States. 2. After adopting the platform, the delegates first elected Clarence Hathaway, a leading Minnesota communist and a machinist, as executive secretary and then nominated candidates for the approaching election. The convention chose as its presidential candidate Duncan McDonald, former UMW head in Illinois, and for vice president, William Bouck, chairman of the Farmer Labor Party Executive Committee and chief of the Western Progressive Farmers League of Washington. 33. Despite the decision to form a Farmer Labor Party and nominate a presidential ticket, there was support among some delegates for LaFollette. The convention voted for negotiations with the Conference for Progressive Political action on the question of joint support for a LaFollette ticket. But the Workers' Party viewed LaFollette as a petty bourgeois reformer, and informed the delegates that the only basis upon which the Workers' Party will accept LaFollette as the candidate is that he agrees to run as a Farmer Labor candidate, to accept the party's platform and its central control over the electoral campaign and campaign funds. FAMAS might be expected. LaFollette rejected these terms. The Workers' Party had ruled out any possibility of agreement with LaFollette's followers. 35. Workers' Communist Party. Nominates its own candidates. The National Farmer Labor Party was stillborn. On July 8, 1924, the Central Executive Committee of the Workers' Party voted to support a resolution by William Z. Foster to enter the election campaign itself with its own program and its own candidates. William Z. Foster was nominated for president and Benjamin Gitlow for vice president on the first national Communist presidential ticket. Thereupon, the executive committee of the National Farmer Labor Party withdrew the McDonald-Bouck ticket and announced its support of Foster and Gitlow. In explaining its action, the NFLP's executive committee said that it was all because of what had happened in Cleveland. When it was organized, the NFLP had hoped to achieve a united front with the CPPA and together to create a truly independent movement of workers and farmers, a farmer labor party for the presidential election. But the CPPA had decided against the united front, against the political independence of the workers and exploited farmers, and against a farmer labor party. Instead, at its conference in Cleveland on July 4, 1924, the CPPA had surrendered to Lafayette, betrayed the farmer labor masses into the hands of merchants, manufacturers, bankers, and rich farmers, and thus destroyed the only chance for a united front campaign in the coming presidential election. When it became clear that Lafayette would run in 1924 as an independent American, communists discussed the issue with leaders of the Communist International. With Lenin dead, the leader of the Comintern executive committees at that meeting was Leon Trotsky, who advised the American communists to work against Lafayette. Tom Foley, The Lafayette Campaign of 1924, Political Affairs 48, Sept-October, 1969, 37. After the election, Foster wrote that the decision of the Central Executive Committee was, because our party accepted the advice of the Communist International not to enter into an alliance with the Third Party movement nor to support the independent candidacy of Lafayette. William Z. Poster, The Significance of the Elections, 3 Stages of Our Labor. Party Policy, Workers' Monthly. December 1924, pp. 89-90. The statement was signed by Alex Howitt, Chairman, C. A. Hathaway, Joseph Manley, Alfred Knutson, and Scott Wilkins. This betrayal at Cleveland meant that the Workers' Party was the only political labor organization in the United States which stands its ground and fights without compromise against Lafayettism dominating the labor movement. By placing its own presidential ticket in the field, the Workers' Party had guaranteed that the idea of a farmer labor party in the United States will not be totally extinguished, and that when the time comes the masses will again rally to the United Front banner, which still remains the only solution of the difficulties of the oppressed masses. Because of all of these factors, the National Executive Committee of the National Farmer Labor Party consented to permit its presidential candidates to withdraw and to endorse the candidates of the Workers' Party of America. The committees pledged itself to support in every way possible the campaign and the candidates of the Workers' Party, and calls upon the workers and exploited farmers of the country to do likewise. 36. The Minnesota Farmer Labor Federation immediately denounced the Communists for duplicity, and a drive was launched to eliminate all communists from both the Federation and the Minnesota labor movement. The Minneapolis Press was soon reporting that the communists had been driven out of the Federation, that Clarence Hathaway had been expelled from the St. Paul Trades and Labor Assembly, and that other expulsions of communists would soon follow. 37 Thus, the communists were isolated still further. Asterisk. Lafayette Wheeler Progressive Party Ticket. The Cleveland Conference of the CPPA, which the National Farmer Labor Party called a betrayal, was held after the Republican and Democratic conventions. The CPPA waited to see if Lafayette had any chance for nomination on the GOP ticket. However, Not only was he not nominated, but attempts by a small group of his followers from the Wisconsin delegation to influence the Republican platform were bluntly rejected. The platform that was adopted was a hymn of praise for the Republican administration for having ensured economic prosperity. The party promised to maintain the high standard of living, to help the farmers and defend the interests of the workers, and to pass laws abolishing child labor and reducing the work week. Measures to limit immigration were also approved. 38 feet. Tom Foley, a communist journalist, wrote in 1969, Lafollette's campaign was the biggest independent movement outside the two-party system ever to emerge in U.S. history, and if the party had been associated with it, it clearly could have developed important ties with the most advanced sections of the labor and farmer movements, as well as with the progressive intellectuals and urban reformers. The Lafollette Campaign of 1924, Political Affairs 48, Sept-October, 1969, 31. As anticipated, Calvin Coolidge, who had become president when Harding died in 1923, was nominated to seek the presidency in his own right. For vice president, the Republicans named Charles G. Dawes, a Chicago lawyer and banker. The Democratic convention opened in New York City's Madison Square Garden on June 24. After a furious battle in the broiling heat of the New York summer, the forces of William G. McAdoo and Alfred E. Smith were deadlocked. The delegates finally selected John W. Davis, a conservative, New York corporation lawyer and legal consultant for the House of Morgan, as the Democratic candidate for president. Charles Bryan, governor of Nebraska, and the brother of William Jennings Bryan, was nominated for vice president. The Democratic platform promised to follow the Wilsonian tradition and promote international cooperation through the League of Nations, lighten the tax burden, change tariffs in favor of the farmers, stabilize industry and finance, ensure full employment, limit arms appropriations, provide aid to war veterans, and to introduce laws prohibiting child labor. On the subject of the rights of citizens, the platform included the general statement. The Democratic Party believes in equal rights to all and special privileges to none. 39. With Lafollette out of contention for the Republican designation and with the nomination of a Wall Street lawyer by the Democrats, the CPPA's course was set. On July 2, its National Committee authorized William H. Johnston to send a telegram to Lafollette asking him to run for president. The Democratic and Republican parties have both forfeited all claims to public confidence, Johnson wrote. Under the recent administrations of both of them, there have been grave scandals and flagrant betrayals of the public trust. The letter closed. Recognizing you as the outstanding leader of the progressive forces in the United States, we ask, therefore, whether you will under present conditions become a candidate for President of the United States. We should, also, appreciate a message from you setting forth your view of the present political situation. 10. Lafollette's letter of acceptance was received on the afternoon of July 4, 1924, the day the CPPA convention opened in Cleveland. To the 1,000 delegates present, Lafollette indicated that he accepted the nomination as an independent and not as a candidate of a third party, if the hour is at hand for the birth of a new political party, the American people next. November will register their will and their united purpose by a vote of such magnitude that a new political party will be inevitable. Lafollette was nominated as an independent, and Burton K. Wheeler, a Democrat who was Lafollette's running mate, was also nominated as an independent. The CPPA election platform was based on a program proposed by Lafollette himself. It was mildly socialistic and strongly liberal, calling for the crushing of private monopoly, the public ownership of the nation's water power resources and strict public control of all other natural resources. A liberal revision of Treasury Secretary Andrew W. Mellon's tax program, which favored the rich, a bonus for veterans. Protection of the right of workers to organize and bargain collectively, aid for the farmers and cooperative enterprises. Repeal of the Transportation Act in public ownership of the railroads, abolition of the use of the injunction in labor disputes. Abolition of the Supreme Court's power to nullify legislation. Adoption of a child labor amendment, denunciation of American imperialism, independence for the Philippines, and a foreign policy that would promote treaty agreements with all nations to abolish war. In this connection, the platform also called for a reduction in armaments and for a public referendum on any declaration of war. 2. The Socialist Party Convention of 1924, held in Cleveland immediately after the CPPA convention, endorsed La Follette and Wheeler. When Eugene V. Debs supported this endorsement, Foster was furious. As he saw it, Debs's capitulation only confirmed the tendency of socialists to desert the working class. What will the working class, what will the workers, who have followed you for so many years in building up some semblance of independent political action, now think when you abandon it all, and give your unqualified endorsement to the personal campaign of an individual who is not only not a socialist but is avowedly anti-socialist? Debs responded with a bit of red baiting, unusual for him. He attacked Foster's connection with the Comintern. Having no Vatican in Moscow to guide me, I must follow the light I have, he insisted. Debs questioned whether the Socialist Party could afford to disappear from the scene by severing itself from the La Follette movement. While admitting that the movement La Follette headed was not a workers' party, Debs claimed that many of its policies would benefit the common people. 43. The Workers' Party, however, continued to view the La Follette ticket as petty bourgeois and dominated by labor aristocrats, millionaire liberals and reformist socialists. 44. J. Lovestone wrote in the Workers' Party pamphlet, The La Follette Illusion. Mr. La Follette, the champion of the little capitalists, differs with Coolidge and Davis primarily as to the best method of perpetuating the wage system. La Follette is and has been trying to fly in the face of industrial development. The other socialists, while supporting La Follette, conceded that he did not head a workers' party, and were conscious of their ideological differences with the Wisconsin senator. James Weinstein, Radicalism in the Midst of Normalcies, Journal of American History 58, Spring 1979, 776. Fact of the matter is that, economically, great industrial units are both desirable and inevitable. Lovestone then went on to attack La Follette for not demanding the immediate socialization of industry which, Lovestone maintained, was the only real solution. 45. AFL endorses La Follette Wheeler ticket. On August 2, 1924, the AFL Non-Partisan Committee submitted a report to the Executive Council, noting that both the Republican and Democratic conventions had nominated candidates, unacceptable to labor. There remain, it went on, the candidacies of Robert M. La Follette and Burton K. Wheeler, the first an independent Republican, the second an independent Democrat running as such. The two were praised for having, throughout their whole political careers, stood steadfast in defense of the rights and interests of wage earners and farmers. Their platform met the economic issues of the day, in a manner more nearly conforming to labor's proposals than any other platform. 46. At its meeting on August 4, the AFL Executive Council endorsed La Follette and Wheeler as independent candidates. The endorsement, however, was qualified. Cooperation hereby urged is not a pledge of identification with an independent party movement or a third party, nor can it be construed as support for such a party, group or movement except as such action accords with our nonpartisan political policy. We do not accept government as the solution of the problems of life. Major problems of life and labor must be dealt with by voluntary groups and organizations of which trade unions are an essential and integral part. Neither can this cooperation imply our support, acceptance or endorsement of policies or principles advocated by any minority groups or organizations that may see fit to support the candidacies of Senator La Follette and Senator Wheeler. The last point was intended to make it clear that by its action, the AFL was in no way associating itself with any third party involved with the CPPA, by which it meant the Socialist Party in particular. 48. To make certain that this was clearly understood, Gompers wrote in the American Federation's East I want to emphasize the fact that our support of Senator LaFollette does not in any way, or to any degree, identify us or commit us to doctrines advanced by any other group that may be supporting the same candidates. These candidates have the support of minority groups, in themselves of no great importance, but with which we are and have been in the sharpest kind of disagreement. We shall continue to oppose these doctrines at all times. M49. Although for the first time in the history of the AFL, it had abandoned its nonpartisan political policy, it did not, as has been sometimes stated, endorse a third party. The CPPA had created the Progressive Party when it nominated LaFollette and Wheeler, but the AFL stressed that it was supporting them as independent candidates. The Progressive Campaign of 1924. The presidential campaign of 1924 was a hard-fought one. Both the Republicans and Democrats sought to keep Labor from defecting from their ranks. The Democrats relied largely on former Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson to rally support for that party's presidential candidate. The Republican effort was more ambitious. Its National Committee established a special labor bureau under the guidance of J. P. McArdle, a Republican labor leader, which issued literature to workers designed to discourage labor support for LaFollette. 51. In October, LaFollette toured the country, visiting the big cities in New England and the mid-Atlantic states and traversing the industrial centers of the Great Lakes region and the agricultural areas of the Midwest. In all his speeches, he called for a struggle against monopoly domination, denounced both the corruption in the Republican administration and its governmental policies, and advanced the program of reforms outlined in the CPPA election platform. LaFollette's energetic campaigning seemed to presage a large vote, and perhaps even victory, at the polls. 52. Inevitably, the Progressive campaign brought down on LaFollette's head the charge that he was a dangerous radical, a red, a communist and a destroyer of American institutions. On October 18, 1924, the Saturday Evening Post carried an article charging that even though LaFollette opposed them, the communists were mobilizing support for him. Numerous of the leading members of the Workers' Party, which is the William Z. Foster Party, are now actively canvassing for LaFollette. As the campaign progressed, the alleged Soviet Progressive United Front became a leading Republican charge. When the Cincinnati Enquirer discovered that 213 college professors had indicated their support of LaFollette, it called editorially for the discharge of these teachers, attached to recognized heresies. The country would be safer, it declared, if they are relieved from all duties as instructors of the youth of the nation. Employers tried to frighten their workers from voting for LaFollette by painting a grim picture of the economic depression, mass layoffs and Mill, Kenneth C. McKay argues that in fact, a third party did not exist in the election of 1924 as far as the candidacy of LaFollette was concerned, although there were plans to form one after the election. The Progressive Movement of 1924, New York, 1947 p. 153. Lions of unemployed which would inevitably follow if LaFollette were elected. The heads of large firms even coerced their employees into pledging to vote for Coolidge and sometimes even into contributing to the Republican campaign fund by threatening to discharge anyone who refused to do so or who indicated support for the Progressive candidate. 53. The Progressive movement had serious difficulties in developing the kind of unity that was needed to overcome these obstacles. Blacks displayed little interest in the LaFollette campaign partly because of their traditional ties to the Republican Party, but also because LaFollette and his supporters simply ignored the Negro question. The CPPA platform said nothing about the Negro, but both the NAACP and the Black Socialist Weekly, The Messenger, edited by A. Philip Randolph and Chandler Owen, sought to extract from the Progressive Party some recognition of the particular needs and grievances of Black Americans. Their efforts, however, were in vain. Nevertheless, the LaFollette movement did get the support of both the NAACP and the Messenger, as well as from such black leaders as W. E. B. Dubois, William Pickens, James Weldon Johnson, and Bishop Hurst of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, all of whom actively supported La Follette and urged Negroes to vote for him. However, there is little to indicate that black voters as a group supported La Follette on election day. 54 inches 10 million women will vote for La Follette and Wheeler. Ethel M. Smith, Legislative Secretary of the National Women's Trade Union League, told the press in late September, for the first time since women's suffrage became law, she continued, women have a real incentive to vote in a national election, a constructive platform with a real cause behind it and candidates who mean what that platform says. No man in public life has done so much as Senator La Follette to translate the organized women's program into law and practice. 55 However, putting La Follette and Wheeler on the ballot in various states so that the women could vote for them proved to be very expensive, time-consuming, and often frustrating. 56 La Follette and his supporters had extremely limited funds at their disposal. Instead of the several $million that had been promised, the CPPA contributed about $50,000 to the campaign, while the AFL was only able to collect a paltry $25,000 for election purposes. According to a special Senate committee's official data, the Republicans spent $4,200,000 on their campaign, the Democrats $904,000, and the Progressive Party only $200,000.57. Organized labor was far from unanimous in its support of the progressives, and many labor leaders who did support them did so with somewhat less than complete enthusiasm. As the historian of the progressive movement has noted, labor's interest in the La Follette candidacy seems to have been in proportion to La Follette's chance of winning. Conditioned to a campaign strategy by which success was measured by the immediate standard of victory or defeat at the polls, the labor leaders began to fear, before the campaign was completed, that their bargaining power within the old parties would be seriously impaired. 53 To bolster labor's spirits, songs supporting the progressive candidates were featured at rallies. When Labor Votes in November, sung to the tune of Marching Through Georgia, went in part, We'll rally to our leader, Bob La Follette, brave and true. We'll show the Wall Street flunkies what the working class can do. We've planned to have our freedom, and we're going to put it through. When Labor Votes in November. Chorus. Hurrah, hurrah, La Follette is the man. Hurrah, hurrah, with Battle Bob, we stand. We're going to make him president, you bet Y-boots we can. When Labor Votes in November. But spirited songs could not obscure the fact that the funds Labor had promised failed to materialize and that many of its organizational plans were never carried out. In the last week of the campaign, a number of labor groups announced their independence of the AFL Executive Council and declared their support for the Democratic candidate. On October 30th, the Executive Council of the Central Trades and Labor Council of Greater New York, representing 1/5 of the entire AFL membership, switched from La Follette to Davigeobet Advance, of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, urged the membership to ignore these developments, and for each member to add his vote to the protest which will be made by the progressive American workers by voting as workers, and let a big protest vote serve notice upon the oppressors of labor that the day of reckoning is coming. Someday there will be a great and powerful political labor movement in this country. Let a big protest vote of labor serve to arouse enthusiasm for such a movement. 61. The election results. In the presidential election of November 4, 1924, Coolidge polled 15.7 million votes, or 54% of the total. Davis received 8.4 million votes, or 29%, and La Follette polled 4,822,000, or 16.5%. La Follette won the 13 electoral votes of his own state, Wisconsin. 62. Although the progressives polled the largest popular vote of any third party in American history, they received a much smaller vote than had been expected. There are many explanations for this. Prosperity in many areas. Even agriculture had a temporary recovery that summer made, keeping cool with Coolidge. attractive. Where the Republicans' appeals were not successful, their threats were still effective in getting rank-and-file workers to cast their votes for the cop. A. Philip Randolph blamed Lafayette's surprisingly poor showing partly on his failure to speak out on the Negro question. It is quite probable that Lafayette would have polled a large Negro vote had he made a single speech to them. 63 But Randolph attributed most of the candidates' weakness at the polls to the lack of money and the endorsement by the Socialists. The latter, Randolph argued, invited some improbable comment, alienated a number of farmers and workers, as well as quasi-liberal supporters, and was a source of much confusion to the public. 64. The last point referred to the fact that in some states, the independent ticket was listed on the ballot as socialist, and in some, notably New York, Socialists were accused of using the Lafayette-Wheeler campaign organization to advance their own candidates for state office. As a result, it was said, many antagonized moderates and Catholics either voted for Davis or Coolidge or failed to vote at all. 65. Lafayette drew some of his strongest support in the highly urbanized and industrial sections of the East. Although he failed to carry any major industrial center, he did receive a sizable number of votes. 66 Nevertheless, Kenneth Mackay, the historian of the movement, has calculated that railway labor gave the Progressive Party somewhat in excess of 200,000 votes. Even if true, it would indicate that less than a majority of the railway workers voted for Lafayette and Wheeler. In fact, it would also appear that many members of AFL unions also did not back a man who explicitly supported labor's cause. Mackay concludes, the progressives did not receive a full measure of support from organized labor. Labor's original reluctance to endorse Lafayette and Wheeler before alternative courses were exhaustively explored, its wavering, inadequate support during the campaign, its early retreat in the face of defeat, its indecent haste to abandon the progressive movement and humbly solicit the old parties for a share of the political swag once more, all of this demonstrated that organized labor, at least, large and controlling sections of it, particularly in the American Federation of Labor and the Railroad Brotherhoods, were not prepared to face the logical consequences of a real break with the entrenched political machines. 67. The assumption has always been that, with the exception of a few pockets like Cleveland and San Francisco, labor failed dismally to vote for Lafayette. 68 However, after a detailed and meticulous study of the 1924 election returns, James H. Robinson concluded, only one county, Milwaukee, and one major city, Cleveland, were carried by Lafayette, but he ran second in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Denver, Des Moines, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Detroit, Rochester, Portland, Pittsburgh, Salt Lake City, and Seattle. Most of these cities are grouped in the industrial heartland, and in the West and Northwest, but Lafayette also made a respectable showing in parts of New York City, in Baltimore, and in Boston, while he did poorly in Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Kansas City and St. Louis. 69. In evaluating the failure of the Farmer Labor Party movement, David Montgomery concludes that the heart of the problem was that labor unions in basic industries were virtually wiped out during the 1920-22 industrial crisis, and those unions had been the base of progressive politics in the AFL. 70 But they were also a minority as compared with the Gompers machine. In fact, Gompers used the defeat of Lafayette as an occasion to proclaim, in an American Federationist editorial that, as a matter of democratic principle, American labor does not want a separate political party and as a matter of practical politics is far too wise to indulge in any such futility. 71. Echoing Gompers, many labor groups pointed to the election results as demonstrating the validity of the traditional approach of organized labor. The AFL National Nonpartisan Political Campaign Committee declared that the launching of the third-party movements has been proved wasted effort and injurious to the desire to elect candidates with favorable records. The 1922 and 1924 political campaigns definitely determined this fact. Experience therefore has taught labor that to be successful politically it must continue in the future, as in the past, to follow its nonpartisan policy. 72 * For his part, Gompers declared that the AFL would adamantly oppose any labor support for a new party, and the federations. Executive Council endorsed this stand. 73. End of the Progressive Party. The CPPA met in convention in Chicago in February 1925 to decide on its future political course of action. Before the convention opened, the railway labor leaders met in a downtown hotel to draw up recommendations to the larger gathering. Despite previous pleas of the socialists and appeals from Johnston of the machinists, all the leaders except those of the machinists voted to abandon independent political activity. The majority, Kenneth C. Mackay, sees the distrust and ill will between the socialists and the trade unions as a decisive factor in the breakup of the progressive movement. Labor leaders, he argues, were firmly committed to the doctrine of nonpartisanship and to working within the capitalistic system, and saw little to be gained and much to lose in a feudal third party. The socialists, however, felt that the working man could improve his lot by voting for his real interests and by changing the system. They were especially critical of the trade union leaders' complacency and conservatism. The Progressive Movement of 1924, pp. 204, decided to submit a resolution to this effect to the CPPA convention, which was to meet later. 74. When the convention opened, David B. Robertson of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen and Enginemen submitted the resolution. Speaking for the railway unions, Robertson emphasized that, "We are not a political party. We are a band of workers working along non-political, lines. The best way to serve the interests of the members they represented was for the union leaders to work for progressive candidates within the regular parties, and by remaining free from entangling alliances with any political party." The Farmers' National Council quickly seconded this position. A. H. Hopkins of the Committee of 48 urged the delegates to form a progressive party, *, and the Socialists, led by Morris Hillquit, proposed the formation of a new American Labor Party. Then Eugene V. Debs spoke up in favor of continuing independent political action. 75. These words fell on deaf ears. The railway unions severed their connection with the CPPA and independent political action. 76 Most of the AFL unions joined the exodus, and the entire third-party movement collapsed. 77 *. Evaluation of the Communists' role in the election. The Communist national ticket succeeded in getting on the ballot in 19 states in 1924, and its candidates received 33,076 votes. However, although it was historically important that the Workers' Party had for the first time nominated its own candidates, the Communists had sacrificed their valuable alliances with John Fitzpatrick, the CFL and the Minnesota Farmer Labor Federation. After the election, Foster justified the decision to dissolve the National Farmer Labor Party and run candidates of the Workers' Party by stating that the NFLP was composed only of the Workers' Party and more or less vague numbers of sympathizers. The masses had gone to Lafayette, and that the Communists could not follow the masses into a movement dominated by the petty bourgeois and the labor bureaucrats. Confronted with this situation, the Central Executive Committee of the Workers' Party had, after extended debate, unhesitatingly cut loose from the National Farmer Labor Party and placed its own presidential candidates in the field. This decision, Foster concluded, had proved to be a wise one. 78. But in his History of the Communist Party of the United States, published in 1952, Foster indicated that the wise decision would have been to have supported the Lafayette movement while seeking to remedy its short. The Committee of 48 was founded in 1919 and played an important role in the early stages of the CPPA. LT ceased to exist in 1925. Robert M. Lafayette died on July 18, 1925. Cummings. Thus he wrote, "The Lafayette movement represented a united front of workers, petty bourgeois and farmers in the struggle against monopoly capital, with the petty bourgeois and labor leaders in control. Time, experience, and the work of the communists were necessary to change that domination, but to withdraw from the movement, as the communists did, was a political error. The party should have gone along in critical support of the Lafayette movement." 79. The Progressive Party died with the election of 1924. Its program was kept alive, especially by the T.U.E.L. In the 20 proposals contained in its program for building the trade unions, presented by the T.U.E.L to the AFL's 1926 convention in Detroit, Proposal Number 4, a Labor Party, read in part. The present AFL policy of supporting candidates on the ticket of the Republican and Democratic parties is absolutely fatal to the interests of the working class. It checks the growth of class consciousness. It makes a unified, successful fighting front of labor against capital impossible, and it destroys all real representation of labor in government. In place of this ruinous policy, the AFL shall declare for the formation of a labor party, which shall make a bloc with the organized farmers. To put this policy into effect, it shall immediately call conferences in the various cities and states for the purpose of establishing labor parties, and later hold a national Labor Party convention. Labor should enter the November elections under its own banner, 80. The T.U.E.L also proposed the incorporation of the following main planks in the political program of the Labor Party. A revision of the tax and tariff laws so as to take the burden of taxation and higher prices through the tariff off the workers and farmers. Higher surtaxes on the incomes of the great corporations and multi-millionaires. B. Legislation outlawing the use of the injunction, police and soldiers in labor disputes. C. The general 8-hour day in industry. 1. Fight against all proposals to register, photograph and fingerprint foreign-born workers. E. Industry to bear the cost of unemployment through legislation making compulsory the payment of trade union wages to all unemployed workers. Funds to be raised through higher taxation of profits. 0. The prohibition of the labor of children under 16 years of age, with provisions to maintain the children of workers and provide for the children up to the age of 16. G. Relief to the farmers through adoption of the principle of the McNary-Haugen Bill and the addition L. Appropriation of $500 million to provide for the establishment of cooperative marketing associations controlled by the farm organizations and for the improvement of agricultural production. H. The nationalization of large-scale industry, including mines, railroads and the great manufacturing industries, food distributing organizations, etc. The establishment of workers' control and the participation of the workers in the management of these nationalized industries. 1. Reduction of the Army and Navy and a fight against militarism and imperialism. The withdrawal of American soldiers from all foreign territory. Immediate independence for the Philippines and Puerto Rico and the right of self-determination for all other American colonies and possessions. Daily Worker, Sept. 7, 1926. The AFL convention did not even consider this proposal, but the T.U.E.L did not give up the campaign for a labor party. At a meeting of the National Committee on January 17, 1927, the following resolution, introduced by William Z. Foster, was adopted. Active steps shall be taken for the formation of local committees in all industrial centers to work for the building of a labor party, those committees to be composed solely of delegates from trade unions. The initiative for the formation of such committees shall come from local unions. The local T.U.E.L groups shall unofficially give support to such committees. 81. Chapter 20. End of the Gompers, ERA. An era ended with the death of Gompers, wrote Philip Taft at the very beginning of his The AFL from the death of Gompers T0 the merger. 1. It came to an end dramatically. On November 9, 1924, 4 days after the presidential election, Samuel Gompers left Washington, accompanied by his nurse. He had been seriously ill since May. Secretary Frank Morrison, and a party of AFL employees, to attend the Federation's 45th convention in El Paso, Texas. Gompers and all the delegates at El Paso knew that this would be his last convention. He had presided over every convention since 1886 with an interval of one term, 1895. During these 38 years he had dominated the labor scene. From November 17 to 25, Gompers, deadly ill, presided over every session of the convention, although one morning he was physically unable to get to the hall. Vice President James Duncan and John P. Frey decided to recess that session rather than hold it without Gompers. On the opening day, Gompers prepared a speech William Greene read for him. It was, says one of his biographers, the message which he wanted to leave with the labor movement as his heritage. After recounting the early efforts to form a national labor organization, he stated that the AFL was an organization that had no power and no authority except of a voluntary character. It was a voluntary coming together of unions with common needs and common aims. This feeling of mutuality has been a stronger bond of union than could be welded by an autocratic authority. Guided by voluntary principles, our federation has grown from a weakling into the strongest, best organized labor movement in the world. Greene continued reading. Men and women of our American trade union movement, I feel that T.U.E.L have earned the right to talk plainly with you. As the only delegate to the first Pittsburgh Convention in 1881 who has stayed with the problems of our movement through to the present hour, as one who with clean hands and with singleness of purpose has tried to serve the labor movement honorably and in a spirit of consecration to 361. The cause of human liberty, the principles of voluntarism. No lasting gain has ever come from compulsion. If we seek to force, we but tear apart that which, united, is inevitable. There is no way whereby our labor movement may be assured sustained progress in determining its policies and its plans other than sincere democratic deliberation until a unanimous decision is reached. This may seem a cumbrous, slow method to the impatient, but the impatient are more concerned for immediate triumph than the education of constructive development. Events of recent months made me keenly aware that the time is not far distant when I must lay down my trust for others to carry forward. As I review the events of my 60 years of contact with the labor movement and as I survey the problems of today and study the opportunities of the future, I want to say to you, men and women of the American labor movement, do not reject the cornerstone upon which IBER's structure has been builded, but base your all upon voluntary principles and illumine your every problem by consecrated devotion to that highest of all purposes, human well-being in the fullest, widest, deepest sense. As we move upwards to higher levels, a wider vision of service and response will unfold itself. Let us keep the faith. There is no other way. The second day of the convention, 1,000 delegates attending the convention of the Mexican Federation of Labor crossed over the border from Juarez and marched into the hall to the applause and cheers of the American delegates. In the afternoon, the delegates of the AFL returned the visit to Juarez. After the convention, Gompers and the 350 delegates went to Mexico City for the inauguration of General Plutarco T.U.E.L, the first labor president on the North American continent, in whose election Gompers had played an important part. On December 3, Gompers called to order the Fourth Congress of the Pan-American Federation of Labor in Mexico City. As president of the federation, he gave a speech in which he reviewed the history of the organization since its founding in 1918. Gompers was re-elected president by acclamation. But he was not present to receive the honor. He remained in bed, and 3 days later, was taken out of his hotel room in a stretcher for the trip to San Antonio so that he could die on American soil. At the St. Anthony Hotel in San Antonio, at 4 a.m. on December 13, he passed away. 4 On December 18, after the casket had been lying in state at the American Federation of Labor headquarters in Washington, the funeral services were held in New York. Before the casket was lowered into the grave, James Duncan delivered Gompers' last message, which the AFL president had entrusted to him. Say to the organized workers of America that as I have kept the faith, I expect that they will keep the faith. They must carry on. Say to them that a union man carrying a card is not a good citizen until he upholds the institutions of our, for the formation of the Pan-American Federation of Labor, see Philip S. Foner, U.S. Labor Movement in Latin America, A History of Workers' Response to Intervention, Vol. I, 1846–1919, South Hadley, Mass., 1988, pp. 172–80. Country and a poor citizen of our country if he upholds the institutions of our country and forgets the obligations of his trade association. Point 5. In the main, editorial comments in the commercial newspapers and magazines hailed Gompers as the savior of American labor. For years, Benjamin Stolberg wrote in the Atlantic Monthly, Samuel Gompers was American labor, the Moses of labors, 40 years in the wilderness, its daily struggle for manna, its defense against inner rebellion and outer attack. 6. But not all was praise for the dead labor leader. The Industrial Worker, organ of the IWW, announced the passing of the AFL president under the headline, Samuel Gompers dead since 1917. It observed, whether Sam Gompers has ceased to breathe is not to be considered. Sam Gompers has been long dead since 1917 so far as the working class is concerned. During that year he moved over into the ranks of the bourgeoisie and became more interested in banking, politics, finances and office managing than he was in the class struggle. Point 7. Editorially, the Industrial Worker expanded on this theme. Since 1917 Sam Gompers became Samuel. He lost his touch with the vast labor movement. Once Sam Gompers found a word of help for Moyers, Haywood and Pettibone, for the Lawrence strike, for Ford and Sir, for the McNamaras, for Joe Hill. But when war came and he was lionized in England, when cables carried columns about his movements, we find another man. In 1916 Gompers was heart and soul an anti-militarist. In 1924, at the El Paso Convention, he was a militarist, ready to pit one set of workers against another set of workers in order that by killing one another, parasites might prosper. To understand this change the worker must consider the transition of this worker from a wage slave himself to butlered gentleman living among the rich. Economic determinism will work its way. This was not a case of putting a beggar on horseback, but of a virile son of the working class being corrupted by environment. Sam Gompers believed in organization around a tool rather than a process. He could not grasp industrial unionism although he was a wise economist. He saw industry change from the competitive conditions of the hand tool age to the cooperation of the machine process, but he did not change with industry in this respect because at the critical moment he had become the companion of parasites and their habits warped him the wrong way. 8. In the previous volumes of the history of the labor movement in the United States, we have followed at length the career of Samuel Gompers. Let us here recapitulate the main themes. Samuel Gompers was born in a London tenement on January 27, 1850, the son of Dutch Jews. In June 1863, after taking up cigar making under his father's tutelage, urged on by * for the Moyers, Haywood, Pettibone case, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 440–59. For the Lawrence strike, see Ibid, pp. 306–50, 4. Ford and Sir, see Ibid, pp. 261–72, for the McNamaras, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 532–55, for Joe Hill, see Philip S. Foner, The Case of Joe Hill, New York, 1965. Hardships in England and Prospects in America, the Gompers family sailed for New York City. Though not 13 when he arrived in New York, Gompers was already an experienced cigar maker. He joined Local 15 of the Cigar Makers International Union in 1864, holding, as he always proudly said, Union Card No. 1, and continuing as a member until his death. Although his formal education had ceased at the age of 10, Gompers attended lectures and debates at Cooper Union. He further enhanced his skimpy formal schooling by joining in the readings and discussions that flourished in the cigar shops. The influence of Marxism on the young Samuel Gompers was considerable. He wrote that the principles of the First International, under Marxist leadership, appeared to him as solid and practical. He acknowledged that as a result of the influence of the Marxists, there developed a clearer understanding in working-class circles, that the trade union was the intermediate and practical agency that would bring the wage earners a better life. Looking back much later on these formative years, Gompers stressed the influence of a Swedish bomb socialist and labor leader, Ferdinand Laurel, had exerted upon his thinking. Laurel, to whose memory Gompers dedicated his autobiography, had been a leader of the International Workingmen's Association, First International, in the Scandinavian countries, and he introduced Gompers to the socialist exiles from Europe. A disillusioned socialist himself, Laurel advised Gompers to attend socialist meetings, listen to what they have to say and understand them, but do not join the party. He warned him against zealots and impractical visionaries, and stressed that the trade union was the cornerstone of the labor movement. Study your union card, Sam, Laurel told him, and if the idea doesn't square with that, it ain't true. The Depression of 1873 took a heavy toll of the American trade unions. The Cigar Makers Union lost 5/6 of its members and in 1877 was reduced to 1,000 people spread over 17 locals. Gompers plunged into the task of reorganizing the New York City local. In 1875 he became president of Local 144 and supervised the continuing work of organization and consolidation. The New York City cigarmakers won their first strike in years and obtained a 15% wage increase. But an 1877 strike against the tenement house sweatshop system ended in failure, leaving Gompers, by then the father of 5, unemployed and blacklisted. Laurel found him a job, however, and he again threw all his energies into union work. Together, Gompers and Adolf Strasser undertook the task of reorganizing the cigarmakers. Following the lead of the New Unionism in Great Britain, they resolved to rebuild the cigar makers into a cohesive, financially stable organization. They proposed to give the national officers complete authority over local unions, to set high dues, to build a financial reserve, and to establish a system of unemployment, sickness, and death benefits that became the foundation of business unionism. By 1881 the Cigar Makers International Union had become the strongest, most financially secure trade union in the United States, the model for all others, and Gompers was recognized as an indefatigable and excellent union organizer. Although he belonged to the Knights of Labor, Gompers became dissatisfied with that organization's confused leadership and its subordination of trade unionism to reformism. While he and other craft union leaders were extolling the virtues of the New Unionism, exemplified by the Cigar Makers International Union, the Knights of Labor leadership was growing increasingly hostile to these principles. Consequently, the craft union leaders, headed by Gompers, began to call for the creation of an American National Labor Federation modeled after the British Trades Union Congress. Over 100 delegates gathered at Turner Hall in Pittsburgh, November 15, 1881, to establish the new federation. Gompers represented the cigar makers, one of 30 trade unions present, along with 46 local assemblies of the Knights of Labor. Gompers was chairman of the Committee on the Constitution, and it was his group that submitted the final plan of organization. But his proposal that the organization be called the Federation of Organized Trades Unions of the United States and Canada was fought on the convention floor because it meant that the proposed labor federation would organize only skilled craft workers and would not organize the unskilled as well. On a vote, the name was changed to the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions of the United States and Canada, to encompass the skilled and unskilled. This was to remain the name until it was changed in 1886 to the American Federation of Labor (AFL). But already it was becoming clear that when he worked in behalf of a new national labor federation, Gompers was thinking almost entirely in terms of the needs of skilled workers. The meteoric rise of the Knights of Labor in the years 188,386 completely overshadowed the birth of the new federation. But when the Knights began to wage war on trade unionism in favor of uniting skilled and unskilled workers in mixed assemblies, craft unionists who had belonged to both organizations abandoned the Knights and decided to make the American Federation of Labor their sole national labor center. As their president they chose 36-year-old Samuel Gompers. He held that office from 1886 to 1895, when dissatisfaction of union members as a result of the prevailing economic depression, in reviewing the first volume of the Samuel Gompers Papers, covering the years 1850–86. Gary M. Fink notes that the documents reveal the resilient Marxist influence in Gompers' social and economic thought, but also illustrate a conservative strain in Gompers' trade union philosophy that would become increasingly dominant in his later years. Review of Stuart B. Kaufman, et al., editors, The Samuel Gompers Papers. Volume 1, The Making of Union Leader, 1850–86 Urbana, 1986, in Journal of Southern History, 1987, p. 238. Strong show of strength by socialist delegates resulted in the election of John McBride. At the 1896 convention, Gompers was again elected president, and he held the office until his death in 1924. But to Gompers the trade unions were meant to be organizational centers for the skilled, to enable craft workers to protect their monopoly on jobs at the expense of unskilled and semi-skilled workers. To be sure, Gompers again and again claimed to be working for the whole American working class, and he insisted that the AFL spoke for all workers and not merely the skilled. But while saying this he continued to ignore the needs of the unorganized, black men, new immigrants, all women, the increasing millions of unskilled workers in the mass production industries. Increasingly, under Gompers' leadership, the AFL functioned on a narrow basis without any long-range aims except to preserve the status of the skilled workers and obtain for them better wages and shorter hours. By the time of Gompers' death, the AFL was an organization that lacked access to power, for it deliberately excluded from its ranks millions of workers in the new automobile, rubber, and steel industries, millions of blacks and women, and unskilled immigrant workers. Gompers and his fellow trade union leaders never recognized that a course of action that in the 18,705 created a union movement was inappropriate in 20th century American society. Ignoring the importance of political power, Gompers and his associates emphasized direct economic action against employers, even after it was clear that by itself this was inadequate to the challenges posed by increasing industrialization and monopoly capitalism. Although Gompers refused to acknowledge it, pure and simple trade unionism was too limited a strategy to confront the challenge of 20th century America, and to meet the needs of factory workers, the unskilled, black and women workers who constituted an ever-growing sector of the workforce. 9. While Friedrich A. Sorge criticized Gompers for concentrating only on the organization of skilled workers in craft unions, this leading Marxist in the United States of the late 19th century praised Gompers for helping the young AFL avoid errors of the past in its operations. Among them was a practice seen clearly in the case of the Knights of Labor, of permitting all sorts of non-working class elements, including even employers, to belong to a labor organization. The AFL under Gompers was exclusively for wage earners. There was room for non-working class elements, even employers, to work jointly with the trade unions in broad, progressive movements, but the unions had to be preserved for the workers. Another danger to be avoided was permitting the workers' organizations to be diverted from the immediate problems facing them. A major error of the past was that of hitching the labor movement to the wagons of different panacea peddlers, who promised an easy solution to all of the problems of the working class. In this category, Gompers placed such utopian movements as the single tax, currency reform, producers' cooperatives, and other enticing, all-embracing plans to lift the working class out of wage slavery by a shortcut. One of the results of the middle-class reformist panaceas was that they tended to push the class struggle out of the minds of the workers by spreading the illusion that they could be transformed into farmers, independent businessmen, and cooperative self-employers in an economic system under which workers were likely to remain workers throughout their lives. A struggle is going on in all the nations of the civilized world. The American Federation of Labor stated in its first constitution, words written by Gompers, a struggle between the capitalist and the laborer which grows in intensity from year to year, threatening disastrous results to the toiling millions. These words reflect the influence of Marxism on the young Samuel Gompers, who wrote to Frederick Engels, the co-founder of Marxism, on January 9, 1891, "I have respect for your judgments," and described himself as a student of your writings and those of Marx and others in the same field. While Engels criticized Gompers and the early AFL for their narrow-minded trade union standpoint, he credited him with having more workers behind him than the S.L. Socialist Labor Party in the United States. Sorge, who transmitted the correspondence, agreed with Engels. He viewed the AFL in its formative stage, despite weaknesses and inadequacies, as an important step forward for the American working class. Although it represented only a small minority of the American working class, the skilled workers, its approach was a working class approach, unlike many of its predecessors that had a middle class outlook. The early Gompers, in correspondence, speeches, and published writings encouraged the thorough organization of the entire working class, including blacks, women and unskilled workers, but not Chinese or Japanese, urging labor solidarity on grounds of economic self-interest. You must bear in mind the fact that employers of labor care very little whether the workers in certain industries are men or women, he warned a correspondent. What they are after, particularly, is to get the work done cheaper, and unless you make friends of your women co-workers you will make enemies of them, and both antagonistic to each other you will be asterisk in Marx and Engels on the trade unions, which he edited. Kenneth Lapide suggests that three ideas constitute the heart of Marx's and Engels' theoretical contribution on the trade unions. The first is that trade unions are an inevitable outcome of the rise of industry and the growth of the working class. The second is that the trade union struggle is an essential precondition for any political transformation that the workers might initiate. The third is that trade unionism is insufficient to abolish the root cause of the workers' distress, the labor-capital relation, and that without efforts to broaden their aims and defend all of society's oppressed, the unions risk degenerating into almost reactionary enclaves of privilege. Westport. Con. 1987. Now available in paperback from L&T Emotional Publishers, NY. Playing into the hands of your employers. Similarly, with respect to black workers, Gompers wrote, "If we fail to organize and recognize the colored wage workers we cannot blame them very well if they accept our challenge of enmity and do all they can to frustrate our purposes. If we fail to make friends of them, the employing class won't be so short-sighted and will play them against us. Thus if common humanity will not prompt us to have their cooperation, an enlightened self-interest should." Words, of course, are cheap. But in its formative years, the AFL did practice what Gompers preached. In 1891 Gompers visited the National Convention of the National Association of Machinists to persuade the machinists to remove their constitutional ban against blacks. When the delegates refused, and insisted on their discriminatory policy, the AFL, at Gompers' insistence, sponsored the formation of a new union, the International Machinists' Union. In the call for its founding convention, the new union emphasized that it would seek to unite the machinists into an organization, based upon the principles which recognize the equality of all men working at our trade regardless of religion, race or color. On the basis of this principle, the new machinists' union promptly received a charter from the AFL. A similar policy was adopted at this time by Gompers toward the Brotherhood of Boilermakers and the Iron Ship Builders of America. When those two national organizations consolidated their forces in 1893, a color line was inserted into the Constitution, limiting membership to white workers in these trades. The AFL not only refused to grant the union a charter, but assisted in organizing an independent union of Boilermakers which opened its ranks to blacks as well as whites. The union promptly received a charter from the Federation. But Gompers yielded swiftly to the racists within AFL, and by 1895 he had began to countenance admission of unions to the Federation that openly excluded blacks. By 1900 he endorsed Jim Crow unionism, and refused black workers' charters to federated locals when their affiliated unions would not grant jurisdiction. He now placed the blame for exclusion and segregation on the black workers themselves, insisting that they were natural scabs who were not fit for inclusion in the labor movement. By the turn of the century, Gompers had become a leading racist in the labor movement. This was especially reflected in his attitude toward Asian workers. His pamphlet Meat vs. Rice, American Manhood Against Asiatic Coolieism, Which Shall Survive, is replete with vicious attacks on Chinese workers, and was widely distributed by the Asian Exclusion League. Gompers, however, was a persistent and consistent champion of women's suffrage, and he pleaded with AFL affiliates to organize women workers. But he often undercut his appeals by publicly voicing time-worn stereotypes about working women. Most women, he argued, worked for pin money, and he opposed their continuing to work on the ground that they undermined the wages of male workers. He believed that women's place was in the home, and that they should not venture into industry. He attributed the small numbers of women unionists primarily to the refusal of women to join men in a drive to improve standards in the industries in which they were employed. Not even the great uprising of the needle trades women workers in the strikes of 1909 to 1913 could cause him to change his male supremacist opinion. At the insistence of Gompers, the AFL Constitution contained the following clause: party politics, whether they be Democratic, Republican, Socialistic, Populistic, Prohibition, or any other, shall have no place in the conventions of the American Federation of Labor. He fought any attempt to alter that stand. In a lecture on the subject, Should a Political Labor Party Be Formed?, he emphasized that a labor party was, at least in this country, as politically impossible as producers, cooperatives and socialism were industrially impossible. What, then, should organized labor do in politics? Simply demand from government immunity from interference so that it could use its own economic collective power to bargain with employers. The government, he asserted, should be neutral in labor disputes, leaving it to the unions and employers to settle their disputes at the bargaining table. When it became clear that this was a naive view of the way in which government in the United States operated, Gompers reluctantly conceded that labor would have to engage in political action. But it would do so only under the slogan, "Reward your friends and punish your enemies." Under no circumstances would labor support independent political action. Moreover, labor's political goals were to be limited. Gompers opposed government-sponsored workmen's compensation and old age pensions, except for government employees, 8-hour laws, unemployment compensation, and comprehensive health insurance. From the beginning, Gompers championed voluntarism, and the use of economic power alone to gain labor's demands. The Federation had always opposed 8-hour laws, but after 1914 the American Federationist, edited by Gompers, was filled with anti-state articles. The Federation did favor legislation, but only to help those groups that were perceived as not able to help themselves. These groups were primarily women, children and federal employees. Who can ever forget the following amazing statement Gompers wrote in the American Federationist in 1916. Sore and sad as I am by the illness, the killing, the maiming of so many of my fellow workers, I would rather see that go on for years, minimized and mitigated by the organized labor movement, than to give up one jot of the freedom of the workers to strive and struggle for their own emancipation through their own efforts. Although he opposed territorial annexation after the war with Spain in 1898, and became a vice president of the American Anti-Imperialist League, Gompers endorsed extension of United States commerce, power, and influence by peaceful means. A strong United States, he argued, could control the markets of the world without territorial annexation. To counter revolutionary ideologies current among Caribbean and Latin American workers, Gompers in 1918 formed the Pan-American Federation of Labor (PAFL). He remained its president from its formation to his death. The aim of the PAFL was to build federation-like unions south of the border, and to establish an AFL-PAFL alliance to facilitate the expansion of United States trade and investment in the Caribbean and Latin America. Like most trade unionists of the era, Gompers was a firm opponent of the use of force to settle disputes between nations. He considered himself a doctrinaire pacifist and served as vice president of the national peace. Congresses of 1907 and 1909, which had as their main purpose the abolition of war as an instrument to enforce the nation's foreign policy, the expansion of United States trade and investment in the Caribbean and Latin America. Like most trade unionists of the era, Gompers was a firm opponent of the use of force to settle disputes between nations. He considered himself a doctrinaire pacifist and served as vice president of the national peace. Congresses of 1907 and 1909, which had as their main purpose the abolition of war as an instrument to enforce the nation's foreign policy. When war broke out in Europe in August 1914, Gompers immediately denounced the conflict as unnatural, unjustified and unholy, and condemnable from every viewpoint. In the October 1914 issue of the American Federationist, which he founded and edited from 1894 to his death, Gompers cautioned against American involvement in the European conflict, contending that the United States should pursue a policy of neutrality. Then, on November 18, 1915, Gompers helped defeat a resolution opposing military training presented to the AFL convention. In so doing, he announced that he was through with pacifism. He now called for abandoning the slogan, "Peace at any price," and urged that American aid to the Allies in winning the war of democracy over autocracy. It was impossible for any important world power to remain neutral, Gompers insisted, and the United States could not escape becoming involved in the European war. He conceded that he had been living in a fool's paradise, and argued that, after all, it was necessary for men to be prepared to defend themselves. By October 1916, convinced that America's entry into the war was almost certain and that preparedness was urgent, Gompers accepted the leadership of the Committee on Labor of the Advisory Commission of the Council of National Defense. In March 1917, he presided over a conference of 148 trade union leaders he had summoned to Washington to draw up a labor declaration on entrance into the war. The conference adopted a statement, drawn up by Gompers, that concluded, "Should our country be drawn into the maelstrom of the European conflict, we offer our services to our country in every field of activity." Thus led by Gompers, the AFL pledged its support for the administration's drive to enter the war, and so, when President Woodrow Wilson appeared before Congress on April 2, 1917, to ask for a declaration against Germany, he was already assured of the support of organized labor. Respectability had been growing for Gompers since he met regularly after 1900 with the leaders of the trustified industries, many of them anti-union, in the National Civic Federation, an organization devoted to steering the AFL and the railroad brotherhoods in the direction of collaboration with employers against radical influences in the labor movement. Support for Gompers increased with the election of Wilson as president in 1912, a victory Gompers attributed largely to the AFL. The success of his political philosophy of rewarding friends and punishing enemies seemed crystallized in the passage during the first Wilson administration of the Clayton Act, which appeared to remove unions from the provisions of the Sherman Anti-Trust Act of 1890. Gompers hailed the act as labor's Magna Carta. In 1916, Wilson congratulated Gompers on the occasion of the laying of the foundation of the new AFL headquarters, and the following year the president attended the AFL convention. By then it seemed to many that Gompers was the second most important man in the nation. During the war, the AFL had doubled its membership to 4 million. This tremendous growth appeared to vindicate Gomperism, as the AFL president's labor philosophy was now called. Indeed, Gompers was convinced that those principles would bring increasing victories for labor in the post-war world. But he was bitterly disappointed, and now, he declared in 1920, after giving that loyal service, "And our dead are buried in Flanders Field, we come to the United States to find the reaction. Where we entered the war for the destruction of militarism, and particularly for the destruction of autocracy, we find industrial autocracy being forced upon the people of the United States. The liquidation of the war industry, the mounting anti-union offensive, supported by the national, state and local governments, and a hysterical Red Scare, stimulated by the Bolshevik Revolution, combined to bring about a sharp decline in union membership. But the workers struck forcibly against employers' attempts to destroy their organizations. In Seattle, a walkout of shipyard workers was transformed into a 5-day general strike. Textile workers in Lawrence, Massachusetts struck. Hundreds of thousands of steelworkers in the mills of Pennsylvania, Ohio, Illinois, and Indiana were idled. Police in Boston went out, and 500,000 workers in the coal regions left the mines. All fought for wage increases to meet the rising cost of living, reduced hours, from 12 hours a day, 7 days a week in steel, and union recognition. The strikers received little attention or sympathy from Gompers. On the contrary, the "old fox," as he was now referred to, made no effort to conceal his horror at labor's growing militancy. In Europe at the Versailles Peace Conference, having been appointed by Wilson a member of the Commission on International Labor Legislation, during the Seattle General Strike, he deplored the class character of the struggle. He refused to support most of the other strikes, and although he did give his blessing to the steel strike, he undercut the revolt by insisting that the craft union structure be maintained in unionizing the enormous mass production industry, an important factor in the strike's failure. As the open shop drive advanced and strikes ended in labor defeats, even Gompers began to have second thoughts about the success of his policies. Perhaps the cruelest blow came from the Supreme Court. When the Clayton Act was enacted, he wrote in the American Federationist, it was believed that the day of injunctions in industrial disputes was past. The law provided that no more such injunctions would be issued. It did not take long for workers to realize how frail was labor's Magna Carta. The Supreme Court decision in the Hitchman's Coal and Coke case in 1917, upholding an injunction in favor of yellow dog contracts requiring workers not to join unions, was followed in the 1921 decision in the Duplex printing case, undermining the main provisions of the Clayton Act. Then in the Coronado decision, the United Mine Workers were once again prosecuted under the Sherman Antitrust Act. For 37 years Samuel Gompers provided the American Federation of Labor with strong and stable leadership, and his position in the Federation and rising stature as a public figure enabled him to wield influence beyond the powers vested in his office. But he used his leadership primarily to advance the cause of business unionism and craft autonomy while combating radicalism in the labor movement. Although he became a bitter foe of the socialists, Gompers always claimed that he based his trade union principles on the ideas of Karl Marx and Frederick Engels. It is true that Marx and Engels attached the greatest importance to the trade unions and believed that they formed the cornerstone of the labor movement. But they had always stressed the fact that the trade unions were important because they served as organizational centers for the broad working masses, and therefore called for the drawing of all workers in their ranks. In 1920 Gompers received a serious rebuke. The members, especially the younger members of Local 144 of the International Cigar Makers Union in New York City, a local which Gompers had founded and which had elected him its first president in 1875, rejected the AFL president as one of its delegates to the AFL convention. The rejection was a double blow since it occurred on Gompers' 70th birthday. I believe, explained Morris Brown, secretary of the local, that the failure to elect Mr. Gompers as a delegate was due to the younger men in the union. Sieve and believe Mr. Gompers is too conservative to advance the cause of labor with proper speed. -10. In a withering analysis of Gompers' last AFL convention, William Z. Foster wrote bitterly, in the 43 years of its history, the American Federation of Labor has held many reactionary conventions. But the one in session in El Paso, Texas, November 17 to 25 was the worst ever. Absolutely nothing of a constructive nature was done. On the contrary, a strong drift to the right, to more intensified class collaboration was evidenced in all its deliberations. He continued, the Trade Union Educational League militants introduced a series of resolutions dealing with leading points in the left-wing program. These included resolutions calling for a General Labor Congress, to consist of representatives of trade unions, workers, political parties, shop committees, the unemployed, etc., for the purpose of consolidating the ranks of labor politically and industrially and to launch a militant attack on the capitalist system. The recognition of Soviet Russia, abolition of racial discrimination against the Negroes, nationalization of the mines and railroads, amalgamation of the trade unions, organization of and relief for the unemployed, demand that all the forces in the Pan-American Federation of Labor be mobilized for a struggle against American imperialism, condemnation of imperialist schemes against China, demand that the RILU plan for international unity be endorsed, and the solidarity of labor be achieved. Protest against the criminal syndicalist laws. Release of Mooney, Billings, Ford, Sir, Klein, Sick, Sacco, Vanzetti and other political prisoners. Condemnation of the Ku Klux Klan and the American Legion. Almost all of these propositions, Foster noted, were either ignored or voted down overwhelmingly. After discussing other aspects of class collaboration in support of U.S. imperialism manifested at the El Paso Convention, Foster concluded. In this crisis the duty of the left wing is clear and imperative. The revolutionaries in the Trade Union Educational League must renew the fight for the adoption of militant policies and leadership by the unions. The Gompersian leaders are hopelessly reactionary, nothing constructive can come from them. The only quarter from which leadership can come is from the left wing. The fate of the labor movement depends upon the growth and development of the revolutionary forces in the unions. We must realize this fact and redouble our efforts for the extension and establishment of the Trade Union Educational League in every phase and stage of the trade union movement. 11. In our next volume we will discuss the degree to which this challenge was realized. For Mooney, Billings, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 7, 78-95. For Charles Kane, C.L. Warner, U.S. A Boer Movement in Latin America, pp. 128-29. F. Preface 1. C. David Montgomery, Trends in Working Class History, Labor Le Travail 19, Spring, 1987, 18, David Brody. Workers in Industrial America, Essays in 20th Century Struggle, New York, 1980, pp. 4881. Stanley M. Jackany, Employing Bureaucracy, Managers, Unions, and the Transformation of Work in American Industry, 1900-1945. New York, 1985. 2. Sylvia Copeland, Rebellion in Labor Unions, New York, 1924, page .1233. Political Affairs, May 1937, pp. 35364. Roger Kieran, The Communist Party and the Auto Workers Unions, Bloomington, 1980, page 24.5. The Nation, September 5, 1987, page 39.6. David Montgomery, Thinking About American Workers in the 19,205, International Labor and Working Class History 32, Fall, 1987, 16177. Labor History 20, Summer 1979, 279. Chapter 1. Post-War Depression 1. Robert H. Ziegler, American Workers, American Unions, 1920-1985. New York, 1986, page 32. Leah Hannah Feder, Unemployment Relief in Periods of Depression, A Study of Measures Adopted in Certain American Cities, 1857 through 1922. New York, 1936, page 292, New York Times. September 25, 1921 3. New York Times, January 24, 1921 4. Advance, July 22, 1921 5. New York Times, January 24, 1921 6. Garrett, Business, in Herald. Steers, ed. Civilization in the United States, New York, 1922, page 414, John A. Hobson, Economics of Unemployment. New York, 1923, page 23, John A. Hobson, The Limited Market, Nation 120, 1927, 150-52, Advance, October 7, 1921, pp. 543-7. Advance, May 20, 1921 8. New York Times, February 4, 1921 9. Advance, September 30, 1921 10. Feder, page 292-11. Advance, July 22, 1921 12. LBID. 13. LBID, July 29, 1921 14. New York Times, October 31, 1921 15. LBID, October 2, 1921 16. LBID, January 1, 1922 17. LBID, February 10, 1923 18. LBID, November 15, 1921 19. Philip S. Foner, Organized Labor and the Black Worker, 1619-1.981, New York, 1982, page 132-20. William M. Tuttle, Jr., Race, Riot, Chicago in the Red Summer of 1.919, New York, 1970, pp. 130-3221. New York Call, February 14, 1921. Ralph Richard Watkins, Black Buffalo, 19,201,927. Ph.D. dissertation, State University of Buffalo, 1972, pp. 888922. New York Times, April 9, 1922-23. Foner, Organized Labor and the Black Worker, pp. 134-36, New York Times. August 18, 1921-24. Zaragoza Vargas, Mexican Auto Workers at Ford Motor Company, 19,181,933. Ph.D. dissertation, American Culture, University of Michigan, 1984, pp. 238-3925. New York Times, January 25, 1921 26. LBID, January 7, 1921 27. LBID, July 12, 17, 1921 28. LBID, January 24, 1921 29. Feder, page 314-30. Philadelphia Public Ledger, January 13, 1921. New York Times, January 14, 1921 31. Feder, page 3 1432. William L. Kemery, Mr. 0, The Man Who Feeds the Hungry, Survey 47, October 1, 1921, 15. Peter, page 3 1833. Boston Evening Transcript, January 16-23, 1921 34. Advance, September 30, 1921 35. New York Times, September 16, 1921 36. LBID, September 17, 21, 1921 37. Feder, page 3 1938. New York Times, September 10, 1921 39. Advance, October 21, 1921 40. LBID, August 6, October 28, 1921 41. Udo Sauter, Government and Unemployment. The Use of Public Works Before the New Deal, Journal of American History 73. June 1986, 60-62. Daniel Nelson, Unemployment. Insurance. The American Experience, 1915-1935. Madison, 1969, pp. 13-19, John B. Andrews, A Practical Program for the Prevention of Unemployment in America. American Labor Legislation Review 4, May 1914, 126-5842. New York Times, December 3, 1918 43. Sauter, page 6544, LBID. 45. New York Times, February 26, March 5, 1946. Socialist World, August 1921, page 647. New York Times, September 10, 1921 48. Advance, September 30, 1921 49. LBID, October 7, 1921 374. 50. New York Times, September 10, 1921 51. Feder, page 296 52. Report of the President's Conference on Unemployment. Washington, D.C., 1921, page 2753. LBID, pp. 323454. Advance, Sept. 30, 1921 55. LBID. 56. LBID. 57. Report of the President's Conference on Unemployment, pp. 122-35. Advance, October 7, 1921 58. Advance, October 7, 1921 59. LBID. 60. LBID. October 14, 1921 61. LBID. October 30, 1921 62. Feder, page 319, Advance. October 30, 1921 63. Mary, Van, Cleek, Unemployment. Ended. Survey 41, June 15, 1921. 387-8864. B. German in Advance, September 30, 1921 65. LBID. October 7, 1921 66. New York Times, February 7, 1921 67. LBID. September 25, 1921 68. Industrial Worker, September 24, 1921 69. Dr. Leo Wallman, What to Do About Unemployment.